me see. Do I have any more batteries? Oh, yes, I do. Let me see. What's this one at? This one is at half charge. Okay, it's going in. Dude, is this charged with oh, this charges with micro. Okay. There we go. Alright, I've got a stack of 4 batteries in here that are all plugged into my charging station. Alright, we're good. We're rocking it.
I do need... There are so many little things I need to figure out to improve this streaming setup.
What is a YouTube?
That is one of them.
Yeah.
I must figure out what is a YouTube.
What are these papers? Hyundai Finance. Okay, I'm just gonna put this in the same drawer as all my other car paperwork. Okay. Right next to the Blue Yeti that doesn't get taken out anymore.
Yeah, you've pretty much given up on that mic, haven't you?
Yeah, it takes a while to plug everything in, and also it keeps giving me a weird issue where the sound doesn't wrap around right. I don't know if that's a microphone issue or a Linux issue, but it's annoying. So you get my lovely headset microphone.
Yeah, well, we're a professional operation over here. It's
yeah. This isn't going in a podcast anymore, so who cares?
Well, not yet. One of these days, I would kind of like to get back to distributing as a regular podcast, but moving at a snail's pace on that one. It's not exactly the highest priority.
I'm gonna check my shipping for my Nook. See where that's at. I pre-ordered a book for the first time just now. Because that guy at I forget his last name, Jason, who used to work at Kotaku and did all those really good Jason Schrader.
Sounds familiar.
He did a lot of investigative reporting at game studios at Kotaku, and he just got swooped up by Bloomberg, and he does the same thing over there. And he's doing a book about what happens to game studios after they close. So, sounds interesting.
It's slightly morbid, actually. I like it.
Yeah, but he does good stuff, and ebook's like $12, so that's fine.
So one thing I noticed,
paper.
I was looking at this on a recent stream. YouTube has a really good, or it looks like, I haven't looked through it completely, but it looks like it has a really good API for live streams. So I am really thinking about building a little tool for monitoring live streams, and particularly monitoring the live stream chat.
What would you do with the monitoring?
Basically just have an interface that does not suck.
Okay. So you kind of want to get rid of the dashboard.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because the live stream dashboard, Twitch live stream dashboard sucks too. It's not good. YouTube's is a weird combination of better at a few things and worse at others. And it would not be hard to improve either of them. But being that I'm using YouTube, it makes it all the more tempting to improve the YouTube one. Hey, Cecil Donna, how's it going?
I'll tweet that I'm here. I'm live on Cody's channel talking recent. Wait, I don't even know how to describe this anymore. It's just like we have like a conversation about whatever and other people watch. That's all this is anymore. I'll just say recent tech stuff. That's usually what we aim for.
Well, I've been pretty content with calling it the Ramblecast.
The Ramblecast.
Oh, that's what I forgot to fix. I am.
Okay, that's a little better, and only problem is my background is lit like garbage.
Do you have a little thing in your Discord for announcing streams?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yes, I do. If you,
I see that I bought stuff now. Okay.
Yep. Which I have the channel muted for myself, but
Yeah,
notifications that ping at a group should still get through that.
I've been having a lot of fun with if this then that webhooks and plugging that into Discord, because if this and that ties into everything, so you can do a lot of crazy stuff with that. Like one thing I particularly like that I know no one else cares about, but I do, is I set up my Minecraft server does an automatic backup every week, and I set the command line script that backs up the server. I added a line that sends a webhook to Discord to say the upload started, and then I have if this and that watching my Dropbox folder where the upload goes, and when it's done, that sends another webhook that says the backup is complete.
Nice.
So that was fun to make, and I also have that calendar for stuff in my Discord, and I set up if this and that to do a ping 30 minutes before any event in that calendar, which is really cool. And like you even had it like where the description in the Google Calendar event will show as the message in the it's fun to mess with. And I need to make them look prettier though, because you can actually do like some cool formatting stuff, but I haven't really done that yet.
I moved some stuff around in this room, and it is, I don't know how or why, but it seems to be causing massive shadows on this backdrop, which is really screwing with the green screen, or well, chroma key.
Should just be like the Mandalorian, and just put like a giant LCD screen behind you for your backgrounds.
I wish I could, believe me.
Yeah. Is anyone gonna send a review unit of that? Andrew, please.
What? The LCD screen or the Mandalorian?
Yeah, just one giant screen. Like, can someone send us like a 100-inch TV to review? That'd be good. My lips are chapped. Where's my chapstick?
Okay.
Oh, it's over here. It's over here.
Alright, I've at least moved the garbage out of the view of my camera, so that's a mild improvement.
No, I can still see you.
Ah, nice, nice.
Thank you.
I will have to slap a hoe later. Anyway. And yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what in the world is up with the chat overlay not behaving on this channel, but it does on the other. That is confusing the living hell out of me. Which, all things considered, I probably can and should rework this layout until I figure that out. But at the same time, it just makes more sense to figure that out.
Wait, Barnes and Noble is using laser ship? What is that? I've
They're
never heard of
shipping
this.
with lasers.
No, it's like a shipping company.
Well, I
Last
mean, that would
mile,
make sense too, but
last mile delivery service. I've never heard of these people. Okay, whatever. We'll see if they find my house.
we'll see if they find your house. Okay, actually, let's.
I know FedEx had such immense difficulty getting my address right when I lived at my old uh, parents' house, because we moved in when the neighborhood was still being built, and like at some point they put a gate at the front of our street, so it's a gated community.
Mm-hmm.
And like UPS always knew like the codes and stuff to enter in the gate to open it up. FedEx, it was a toss up if the guy driving knew how to do that or not. Sometimes, they'd be like, "Oh, we can't deliver because we don't know the buttons at the gate." So that was fun. I don't have that issue now because I live with the people in the non-gated community now, and in a different city. That might also help.
Oh, I know why it didn't work. I'm a dummy.
Actually, I can't
Because
tell if this camera is blurry or it's just out of focus. I think it might be out of focus. That's a little bit better. Yeah, it was out of focus
Yeah, it
for a
was.
second. Come on, Razer. Someone needs to make a good webcam, please. Okay. You'd think
Okay.
COVID would increase demand for good webcams, but we're just paying like $90 for the same webcam that cost $50 a year ago.
Yep. Okay. How the hell do you... Damn it. Let me create an account. So, I realized the reason the chat overlay was working before on the other channel is because I had attached, or at least had, the same email address on my YouTube account as my Twitch account. Or I had at least linked my YouTube account. So when it was pointed
Right.
to that YouTube account, it worked. Now I'm using a different account, therefore problem.
I see.
But why the hell is this not?
Oh, I just did a keyboard thing that messed up my layout. Okay, we're good. Oh, I can show my keyboard. I don't know if you saw. I got my keyboard.
Congrats.
Yeah. It is a...
It is a... Oh, you just went silent. Totally lost audio for you. And I don't think it was my fault. Alright, we've got two of me. And one being non-chroma keyed.
What about now?
Yep, got you back.
Okay. Alright, that's fine. I don't know if I click... I don't know. But anyway, new keyboard. It's fun. This is the company that bought the old manufacturing lines for the IBM Model M from whoever IBM sold them to in the 90s. I forget the name of the company, but anyway, they're still in. They've had the same plant. Well, not the same plant. They like moved a little bit, but they still have all the same manufacturing equipment as they did in the 80s, and they make them in Kentucky. So it's neat. They make They actually make ones that look identical to the older Model M's, except they have like a slightly different cases because they don't have the injection molding whatever that they did back then. But I got a slightly more modern version that isn't quite as obnoxiously large, so I can still have my mouse next to my keyboard.
Nice.
So yeah, it's fun. Anything fun happened lately? I can't think of anything.
Okay.
What did I write about?
Sorry, I'm slightly not talkative at the moment as I'm rushing through this setup process because it wants its whole new account set up, which is dumb.
Oh, I should open your chat so I can read what people say. That'd be helpful.
Let's see. Oh. Diablo. Wow, is that XDA device interesting? Yeah. Yeah, XDA branded version of another company's phone. That's
I am upset that the YouTube pop-out chat, the URL is tied to the video link and not like the channel like Twitch was. So I can't bookmark this. I have to go to your page every time.
Yeah.
That's mildly annoying.
Which, that is one of the things I think... Actually, no, I know would be fixable with that monitoring tool. Or with the API that I was looking at.
I will give YouTube credit. I can look at previous history in the chat from before I opened it. I don't know why Twitch hasn't figured that out yet.
Oh yeah, and it's one of the most complained about things with Twitch chat. Everyone hates that.
Also with Twitch, like this would happen to me all the time. I'd open the pop-out chat, and then like 20 minutes into a stream or whatever, I'd go to type a reply with like someone was talking or something, and it'd be like, oh, you need to log in. And then once I log in, oh, history's gone. Because it would reload the page.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it's so easy to like cache this stuff before you reload the page, but you're not doing that. But you know, if we're being honest, Amazon's forte has never been web design or good UX. The Amazon website is still horrendous to look at. I don't know why they're so bad at these things.
Oh, believe me, I've wondered this many times. Okay, let's see. Really quick, if somebody could just say something in chat.
I'll do it.
Okay, actually, I guess I could have done it. That would have made sense too.
Someone else do my work for me, please.
Bingo! We have chat. It worketh. So, that's success. Let's see.
Joe's here. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Joe, how's it going?
We had a lovely game of Jackbox last night.
Yeah, I was in the middle of sleeping when that... Or, well, I was sleeping until... I think you guys had... At least based on your starting time, I think you had started about an hour earlier, and I figured you wouldn't keep going that much longer, which it looks like you actually did. I kept thinking, oh, you guys will drop out.
Which I don't know how that happens, because one of the people in there was already like 2 a.m. and then for someone else it was like 4 a.m. and I was kind of like, if I keep going, am I going to be a dick? So I cut it off eventually. But you know, if it's fun, those are fun. I might try to make it earlier next week because other people, it's easier for some other people if it's earlier. Hi Joe, you came from twitter.com. That's a website. All right.
Okay, and I got rid of that that thing that makes messages disappear after a few seconds because that's lame bacon.
Is came a blocked word?
Not yet.
No one's abused it yet. Oh, there's a top chat and a live chat.
Yes. Yeah, that's what this big blue space has always been kind of intended for, is to give some sort of space for that. It was more of a necessity on Twitch, obviously. Way
Yeah,
less required here, but
yeah. Well, like with your channel, like you're not at the point. No offense, you're not at the point where like there's a new message every second. So
exactly.
that's not strictly like Twitch chat on popular streams is like completely unusable. Like you might as well just not have it.
Yes. That is very true.
So I like YouTube does the little photos. That's nice for parsing it. Twitch is like, y'all like IRC? We just got some usernames in the messages. It's all you need.
Okay, I don't know if anyone else is bothered by this, but the chroma key on this camera is just driving me crazy. I see it glitching all really badly. So we'll try touching it up a little bit more. Either I fade out, or... Okay, well, it's better than it was. It's not perfect, but we're just going to have to live with something to it. Anyway. Yeah. Passable.
Yeah.
It is an acceptable weakness. So, yeah, anyway. That's closer to good.
I don't know what fun stuff there is to talk about that happened recently, besides my keyboard.
Well, just to throw one obligatory fun one at us. I mean, come on. I assume you have to have some sort of comments on Alex Hutchinson. Is that the right name? The
who's this?
Stadia creative director.
Oh, was that less than a week ago?
It was a week ago.
Okay, that feels like 8 years ago.
I think that happened the same day that we had the last stream, or maybe it was the day after.
Carson says last Thursday.
Okay, so day after.
Yeah. Oh man, that was a lot.
Yes, it was.
Cyberpunk is trying to blame the delay on Stadia.
Wait.
No.
Are they? I thought they were just sort of saying, no, we're building for 9 different platforms, and...
Yeah, that was the issue. Is like at some point Cyberpunk was coming up on the release date for the new console, because this game was supposed to come out in like March originally, I think.
Oh wait, they're blaming it on the subreddit. Like, I'm just curious, are they actually being specific about Stadia, or is this just like them being...
Yeah, he's saying people on the subreddit, which people talking their ass out of Reddit. That's nothing new.
Yeah, they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, now I'm pretty sure the work is more from like, we now have 3 more platforms to target than we were originally. Because like I think the release date was originally like February or March, and then it got pushed to the summer, and then it kept getting pushed.
Well, so my question, actually, I've been wondering this, and I assume somebody actually has answered this by now. But what are the 9 different platforms? PlayStation 4,
okay,
PlayStation 5,
Yep,
Xbox,
PS5.
Current and latest.
Right, that's 4.
PC, Stadia.
PC, so that's 6. Are they counting? Maybe they're counting the lower tier Xbox as a platform, because like it's different.
Okay, I guess I could buy that. So 7.
Yeah.
Though to be fair, just to throw this out there, well, oh no, actually, no. Okay, that's fair. Actually, they probably are separating that. I was gonna say
on Windows, so you can't do like multiple OSs as a. Okay, so they're saying 9 versions is Xbox One/X, compatibility on Xbox Series S/X. That's 4. PS5 compatibility on PS5, PC Stadia. So what were we missing? Oh, PS4 and PS4 Pro as separate platforms.
Okay.
So
All
and they
right.
say
I
and
will
they
give
and
them
they
that.
and they're saying compatibility on the newer Xbox and PS5. So are they not running like? Are they not going to be fully optimized? Are they just running in like the PS4 mode? I guess.
I'm going to guess. Oh,
I
I
don't
don't
keep
know.
up.
Actually,
I
that's a
haven't kept up.
good question.
Because I know like even when you do like I know Microsoft and Sony have talked about this, where games designed for the older consoles can be updated to work on the newer ones. Like it doesn't need like a whole new version because it's the same core architecture and everything. So games can be updated with like minimum effort to run better. But of course, taking advantage of ray tracing or whatever is going to require more coding.
Right.
Um, so I don't know. I guess they're running in just the base config. But yeah, no, I mean that makes sense because they, again, this was going to come out like far before the new consoles. And I guess it makes sense if they're not fully native on the new ones yet, because this happens like every generation. Like we get a few like last big games that come out on the older ones after the new ones show up. Like I don't know if GTA 5 came out like right before the newer consoles showed up or not, but I remember GTA 5 came out on like the PS3 and Xbox 360, and then it took like another a while for them to show up on the newer ones.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. I mean, it seems weird to split the consoles so much. But now that I think about it, it is sort of funny because it used to be that game developers, the big advantage for them was, hey, we're just building for one single thing and we don't need to really worry about it. And then eventually it was like, well, okay, we're building for 2 generations.
They're building for 2 generations, both of which have multiple SKUs.
Yeah, and that's where things now it's getting to be more like
you're just making a PC game.
Yeah.
You're making a PC game, but at least you still have the luxury of the configs being relatively fixed.
Yeah,
but it's still just building up PC.
It's funny because it sort of reminds me, in a weird way, this is so much like back when like mobile game developers were like, okay, we have to build for iPhone because popularity, but also we want to build for iPhone because we can just build one pixel perfect version of this game and we're just good to go. And then eventually it's like, well, okay, the iPhone 5 came out. I guess we have to build 2 pixel perfect versions. That's not a big deal. We can do that. And progressively it's like 2 years later, all right, now we're up to 3 or 4 and
and now there's like 3 sizes of iPads and
slowly but surely it just keeps getting more and more complicated. And then the Android game developers were like, yo guys, we've been doing this a while, here's how you do it.
There's this cool thing called responsive layouts, which Google has yet to discover exists for screens larger than 7 inches, but we won't get into that. But yeah, no, that guy on Twitter was a tool. I didn't like how, again, like every time someone gets like hashtag canceled on Twitter, there's always some missing details somewhere. A lot of people seem to think he was like in charge of Stadia, or he was the creative director for the whole of Stadia when he was just the creative director at one of the studios Google bought.
Well, because that's what his title made it out to be.
Yeah, it said creative director like at Stadia, which like I get the confusion, but also like when everyone is saying it and then someone is like, oh, the Stadia man has said a thing. Like,
well, the thing
Anyway,
is, most of the people that work at Google, not all, but most, put proper, correct titles on their Twitter bios. So, and it's,
yeah,
I don't know for sure. I haven't really looked, but I don't think Google has a public org chart, or at least not one that goes down to that level. Like, I'm sure they have their VPs listed,
Yeah.
and any of the executives, but I don't think they get any deeper than that. Like, even if you run a major product, I don't think your name gets listed anywhere clearly. So
yeah, it's probably just on LinkedIn.
yeah, there's really no way to be sure what this guy's real position was.
Yeah, I guess it's like a micro version of all the misinformation on Twitter right now. But this isn't really harmful in any way except dunking on Google, which is it's warranted. No one's gonna anyway. But yeah, no, that guy was silly, and someone pointed out later that the art in his his whole argument was like streamers need to pay game studios, and then someone pointed out later that the art in his Twitter header had the credit for the artist cropped out and was not credited anywhere. So a little funny bit there.
Well, I don't know if you saw it, but after Twitter pretty much universally slammed him for being a d-bag, he then proceeded to, at somewhere around the end of the day, he says, "Okay, I'm just gonna go, I'm gonna go stream Fall Guys or something like that."
Yeah.
Which obviously is, he was aware. He was clearly saying it, very aware of what it was he was saying, but it's like, dude, very tone deaf move. Don't make a big deal out of this and then promptly go do the thing that you're saying everyone else should be paying for.
So he hasn't tweeted since that Fall Guys bit, but I just looked at his profile and it now says creative director at SG&E Montreal studio. So maybe he got another email.
Oh, I'm willing to bet he got many emails about this.
Yeah, I'm sure he maybe got a link to like a Zoom call with Google's PR or something saying, "Can you please not?"
Yeah, at a bare minimum, you have to correct your title. While you're at shut the hell up. I mean,
yeah,
Google had to go out of its way to distance itself from this opinion. How often does Google really do that? I mean, yes, they speak up fairly often about little stuff, but I mean, they actually had to post something saying, "This isn't our opinion. Thanks."
Yeah, I don't remember the last time like a person working for Google had to issue a correction for something that a person at Google said on social media. They've definitely like added details, like whenever like the people working on like that, I forget his name, but there was the one guy who worked on Google Duo for a long time that would be like the main source of news about Duo. Kept posting, they would sometimes elaborate on stuff he said, but yeah, no, I can't remember the last time we've got like a correction. That is definitely unique.
So Austin brought up not a gamer, but he doesn't think that the guy was 100% wrong. And this is something that I've said a couple of times now. He's not wrong in the legal sense. He's entirely right in the legal sense of it. Because streaming the games, and especially since some of the games do include licensed music, in a legal sense, people are violating copyright by streaming that stuff without a specific license that supports all of the things that would be included in that game.
Mm-hmm.
That is entirely accurate on a legal sense. And, legal matters. It's a big that evidently why I'm not on Twitch anymore. That Thank you
Yeah,
for that, you D-bag Apple lawyers that don't know what the hell you're doing because you're incompetent and worthless twats.
yeah.
But, uh, but,
So okay, I do agree. There's a point there with things that are licensed to be in the game. 'Cause like you didn't like there's like a I don't know what the right word for this is. It's like a one step out from owning it. Like when I buy Cyberpunk, I the most of the game is from the people who made it, who sold it to me, but there's that added level of some items are licensed. Like I guess you could also maybe count the engine and stuff in that, but um, I can kind of see that argument. Maybe like in the future we'll see modes in games where like it turns off the like the in-game radio and that kind of stuff to keep copyright violations at bay. Um, I I think his overall argument that streamers need to pay for it is it's really iffy because like it's uh, it's difficult because like I can't buy a movie and stream it on
right.
Twitch
And
with my reactions.
that's the point I was just going to
and
bring up.
and games are medium, but I don't know. The other flip side of this is that like I think even if a streamer could stream a movie, that there wouldn't be that much interest in the audience paying for it later from that movie. Like if I open Twitch and I stream Spy Kids 3D, I stream the entirety of it, there'd be no reason for people to buy that later on. But if I stream an hour of a game that's maybe 80 hours in total, that's incentive for people to go buy it. And that's also why I've seen some people get upset about streamers who do like a story-based game and they do like the entirety of it. Like it's like those really short like indie story games where they don't get a lot of sales in the first place, and now you stream their entire game, so like there's not really that much of a push for the people to buy it themselves.
Yeah, that one I will grant. That's a tougher situation.
But I think like with the kinds of games most people stream, which is like the larger open world stuff or like the open-ended where there's not really a story, like the Fall Guys and the Among Us and that kind of stuff, it's really beneficial to both parties. And I think that's also why there hasn't been like a whole lot of legal action in this area, because game studios are fine to get the advertising.
As far as I'm aware, I haven't heard of any legal action at all. I'm not with the possible exception of Nintendo. I think Nintendo has
Nintendo. I don't know if they still are, but for a very long time they issued copyright strikes on videos and streams of their games.
Yeah,
which again blows my mind. Like I don't know why you would. Again, they have the right to, but it seems weird.
Yeah, well, Nintendo is not exactly known for its its logical behavior.
No, they're very often behind the times, as evidenced by the fact that my Nintendo Switch still has no voice chat. But that's a different issue.
But yeah, so the thing is, there obviously is the legal standpoint, and everyone argues back, but this is good for you. And it's funny because those two things don't meld well. Obviously saying, hey, it's good for you that we're streaming your stuff, just accept it. That's a weird situation for them to be in, where they have to sort of say, put part of your product and marketing your product into the hands of other people. I mean, it works. It is good for them. But at the same time, imagine being part of a company and saying, oh, part of the image of our product is now in the hands of other people. That's not something every company is going to be comfortable with. So I can understand why some companies would be really nervous about this. I am sure plenty of them are. And I'm, you know, in much the same way as people, or as much in the same way that some companies are like, hey, please, we need everyone streaming this. We want this to catch on. We
Yeah.
want this to be
Yeah,
huge.
because like on the flip side, there are companies who, when they're launching their game, pay a lot of streamers to play their game.
Yeah.
Like I think that happened with, I can't remember.
Anthem.
Yeah, that happened a lot with Anthem. I think like they paid Ninja to play it even. Like this, it's part of marketing now. Is streaming. So I don't know. Maybe there's like an in between where, like there's some kind of interconnect between like the streamer and Twitch, YouTube, whatever, and the publisher. Where like if you're streaming a game, then like maybe it pushes you to buy it a little bit more. Like you get like a banner somewhere that says like, here, you click here to buy the game. So I don't. There could be a lot of solutions to this that aren't necessarily like take it down or pay us per minute for streaming this.
Yeah. But yeah, when all is said and done, it creates a lot of interesting complications. So, excuse me. All right, that's better. One of the things I saw somebody bring up, and it's a terrifying concept, but it is also, let's be honest, it's probably going to happen. What if they start selling streamer editions for games?
Yeah.
That the moment I saw somebody suggest that, I was like, oh crap, that's going to be terrible. Because it's kind of the, hey, you bought the game for $60, but if you want to stream it, we're just going to ask for another 20. It's no big deal. Just pay us an extra 20 and you get the license to stream it. And no, that's the wrong direction for this dichotomy. We all know that it is helping the companies when people are streaming their games, with possibly a rare few exceptions, but
yeah, like the shorter story driven
Yeah.
indie games. But again, like I don't see that as the games that are streamed the most. I see like the Call of Duties and the multiplayer games that are entirely different experiences based on who you play it with.
well, for long term, yes. To be fair, look at like The Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah,
That
that's
got
a good example.
heavily streamed, and I wouldn't call that a small indie company by a long shot. Obviously, Naughty
Yeah.
Dog is
Yeah, and I
pretty
think that
substantial.
that is definitely one example where like if you watch the game, like there's probably a maybe over 50% even of people who are like, I don't think I need to play it now. I saw what happened.
Maybe. I don't know. I saw a
What-
lot
what-
of people say in other streams that they couldn't wait to get started on The Last of Us, or that, or even in my own stream, I remember a few people saying that they really, they were eager for The Last of Us. There were rumors that The Last of Us was going to come out for PC, and the people were saying, you know, hopefully it does, because they want to play it too, and you know, so it
Yeah,
does happen.
That's the other variable with specifically this game is like there's a lot of people watching it because they don't have a PlayStation and they don't want to spend $300, $400, whatever. But yeah, no, yeah. I mean, it's an interesting discussion. It's not quite as shut as like, no, this is dumb, but he was being dumb. I think
Yeah.
that's a good sum up.
Yeah, he was definitely, he screwed up. There's no question to that.
But yeah, no, it could be interesting. I think I would like to see more games put in like a streamer mode that bypasses some of these issues where like it like turns off like in GTA, like just no radio music, or like keeps it to the stuff that Rockstar made, so there's fewer issues. But yeah, I don't know. It's a wild new world we live in.
Oh, and thanks to Curvy Mermaid for the $2 donation.
Ooh.
Did it not pop up a notification on the screen? I was not closely watching, but
I don't have the stream open. I just have the chat.
I set up alerts, but okay. I think I know why that might not be set up correctly, but I'll have to dig into it.
Kirby said no.
Yep.
Wow, you have to give it back now, Cody. That's the law.
Well, it's this weird cross account situation that's all wonky. It'll get fixed. It's just figuring out what needs to get put where. Oh, actually, I know exactly why. It's okay. That's actually, well, that's fixable, but it's fixable in such a messy way. Oof. I'm gonna hit. How do I fix that? Oh, I know how I can fix that. That's still messy. I'll fix it. I'm just gonna have to put alert boxes for 2 different accounts in the same layout.
Carson says Forza Horizon 4 has a streamer mode. It's funny because it's enabled by default on xCloud, so you can't even listen to the default game music. Okay, that's not quite what I was looking for, but that is interesting.
I mean, it makes sense as much as anything else.
Yeah.
I wonder if... Okay, here's a weird thought. I wonder if by some chance there's a... if they might have a trigger in the game that says, oh, now you're listening to all the licensed music, but we're not going to pay some of the licensing fee until people start hearing the licensed music. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get. Yeah, this is so. Okay. Man, that would be weird. That'd be really like the logistics of that. Like, am I gonna get like money taken out of my Steam wallet when a new song starts on GTA?
Well, not you as the customer, but them as the company.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, they sell the game for, we'll say $60. I don't know how much it is.
It'd be more like broadcasting movies on TV, where like every time you broadcast it, they get like a couple bucks or whatever. I don't know how much money goes on in those deals, but it's probably more than a couple dollars.
I wasn't thinking necessarily that so much as sort of a one-time, sort of like the e-fuse on a phone, so to speak.
Okay. Yeah.
You start playing it, and maybe they have like a deal set up where, hey, we're gonna pay 30% of your licensing fee no matter what. And once people turn off the streamer mode and start getting all the licensed music in the game, then we pay the other 70%. And that could be a way for them to shortchange their licensing. So it's cheaper for them to license the music, and unless people start listening to all of it. I don't know. That's just a theory, but it's...
Ooh, I like what Austin brought up. He said we need Spotify, Apple Music, and YouTube Music streaming APIs for the end user. If you have a subscription, you can hear it. If you don't, hear something else. That's good, but the issue there is like what happens when there's Spotify has a slapping match with like the music publisher or whatever, and that's gone for a couple months or longer. And, like, you just don't hear anything in the game. Also, I can see that might be kind of shitty for people who don't already have those services too, because you're gonna get the people who are like, I paid $80 for my video game, and I still have to pay X amount for a streaming service, even if it's a completely separate service.
Okay.
That they might already have.
Now, this is one of those buts that kind of balances in weird ways, but if a game company is able to save money on its licensed music, if they just pass that straight through, and I know that this is one of those things, no one would ever buy this, but if a company said, look, the game would have cost $60, we're going to charge you 55, but you basically provide your own music streaming service to cover the music.
It's a good idea, but when has
Yeah, they would never pass it.
Cost saving on their side ever equaled cost saving for the consumer?
Yeah, and in reality, every one of these game companies would also be saying, okay, whoa, listen.
Yeah.
We would have actually charged 65 for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're just gonna charge 60 and you provide the music. And yeah, that would only sort of work.
Yeah. I gotta get some water real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. And yes, Kirby, the tip did go through. So not that I think anybody really cares about this, but and you weren't here when I figured it out. But the reason why there was not chat in the live stream, like burned into the image, the reason there wasn't chat burned into the image before is because I'm using a different account. It's not on my main Cody Toombs YouTube account. It's on the Cody's Mindspace account. So I updated the links for the alert box and chat box, but in doing that, it's not hooked up to the same Streamlabs account, and the donation link in the Streamlabs account that is posted at the bottom in the description, that donation link goes to the main account, not to the Cody's Mindspace account. So, and I know that long pointless explanation to basically just say both Streamlabs accounts go to the same PayPal account, but the link or the alert only triggers for that old link, or for the other link. Yeah, so I need to figure out a good clean way to work it out. I could just update it so that the alert box is pointed at I could put different links in the channel descriptions for both accounts and it would work. That wouldn't be the worst thing. It's just a thing I need to clean up, and I only cleaned this up just a few minutes ago, so yeah, none of it's updated. Anyway, that is why that's why there was no alert for it. And but thank you for doing this. A, thank you for the tip. B, thanks for bringing this up, because it totally points to another thing I need to fix. Let's see. Cecil Donna, this is a Cody's Mindspace is a brand account. And then the Cody Toombs YouTube channel is going to be a brand account. I just haven't moved it over yet. There's a couple little details I want to double check before I turn that into a brand account, but seeing as I haven't really been posting anything to it yet, you know, it's not the biggest rush. Let's see, and how long until a custom URL for this channel? Sadly, 100 subscribers. YouTube does not give you access to custom URLs for a channel until you have 100 subscribers, which 100. What the hell? I was just nearing 50 followers on Twitch, and now I'm starting over at 8, I think it is. I think the channel's at 8. And yeah, starting over at 8, and now the goal is doubled, and that's not even for monetization, that's to get a custom URL. Damn it, YouTube. Damn you, YouTube. Damn you, Twitch. You both. Just make it so much harder. Webcam feed is blocky. It doesn't look blocky to me.
Is.
Wait, what?
Now mine's out of focus again. I hate this Razer camera. Oh, okay.
Um, and Austin, yeah, sell Cody's Mindspace beanies. By the way, that's not even a joke. When I was trying to think of, yeah, by the way, it is green screen issues that are causing the goofiness, or chroma key issues. I need to relight this room. That's entirely what it is. I need good even lighting across the green screen, and I need a bit better lighting on me. Once I can, when I rearrange, or when I finish cleaning up a couple things, this will be really easy to do, but it's kind of a problem at the moment. And Austin, so about the Mindspace beanies, dead serious, 100% serious here. When I was trying to think, what should I call this channel for live streams? Should I call it by Cody's Mindspace, because that's what the Discord was named as a joke? And like progressively I started thinking, if I kind of lean into this beanie thing, Cody's Mindspace is actually a great thing to put on a beanie.
That's true.
So yeah, totally kept it. That is entirely why I stuck with that name. Was thinking ahead on that one single piece of theoretical merch that may or may not happen someday. And Diablo, hell no, I will never pay for advertising on AP.
It's a weird. I don't think that would accomplish anything.
Well, there is some outside chance I could pick up most of AP's old followers. that could be something, but no, I wouldn't want to, just because I don't think advertising through AP is necessarily the super profitable or super effective path.
No, it's really hyper specific. I think probably all the active people from the EP Twitch days followed you to Twitch in here, so I'm not sure how many extras you would pick up.
Yeah. Oh, and C Saldana, yes. What you're asking about right now, if you had an account before a certain date, I don't know when it was, but yes, they used to allow custom URLs for basically any account, and then it went away because they realized a lot of people were going to like jump on those and just claim their custom URL just because. Okay, yeah. It's not that I wouldn't want AP as commenters. I mean, I kind of don't, for reasons I'm sure you guys can all imagine. But no, I just wouldn't want to advertise on AP because I think they would ask for a lot more money than it would ever possibly be worth.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Because it's not usually, it's big companies buying those slots.
And besides, the plain and simple honest truth about it, I 100% would just write more articles about YouTube and start stuffing the links in there. Why pay for advertising if I can just stuff things into the articles?
Subliminal advertising.
What the hell are you talking about? No, I'm not talking subliminal advertising. There's going to be a straight up, hey, come follow me over here. I don't mind being obvious about it. And C Saldana, yes, the channel link. I just haven't gotten around to it yet, but I'm gonna put the channel link into Twitter bio and everywhere else.
It's gonna be Cody_Vivo.
C Saldana, yeah, that headline was rough. I know Corbin knows what we're talking about.
Yeah, but I've had this discussion like 6 times now. I'm kind of done.
Oh yeah, I know. It's been done. But
you talk about it again, I will move my microphone closer to the keyboard and start typing paragraphs.
Nice. Let's see. What else was there? I know there was something else that I was thinking about for good topical material.
Does anyone want to talk about the keyboard phone?
Um,
Besides everything, besides the stuff I went through, it's kind of interesting from an objective point of view.
yeah, go for it.
Okay. There's a phone with a keyboard. I will put the link in in the chat. That's the post I wrote about it.
And more to the point, there's a phone with a keyboard in 2020.
Yeah. And it's not like TCL beating the BlackBerry dead horse. It's a smaller company trying to build it that presumably cares more. They did a crowdfunding thing, I think last year or the year before that, for the original version of this. I think it was crowdfunded. I can't remember. But their first phone came out last year, and it's like it looks like a normal phone from the outside, but then you flip out the horizontal keyboard, so it's kind of like the T-Mobile G1, those are like Motorola Droid, those kinds of phones. Not necessarily like the Blackberries where it's just always on the front. Um, and it got some okay reviews. The hardware in it wasn't. I know it had some. I was reading some of the reviews writing this. They a lot of them cited some performance issues. I think like the software wasn't quite uh, fixed yet, and of course the chipset in it was kind of old. And this time around, they've partnered with XDA developers to make it's a slightly upgraded model. Um, it just has more RAM and storage, and you get the choice when you buy it of it coming with either Lineage OS or Ubuntu phone, which makes it the first phone to come with Lineage OS, which is kind of neat. Because Cyanogen did that with a couple phones back in the day, but it wasn't like quite Cyanogen OS. It was, or I'm sorry, it wasn't Cyanogen Mod. They like tweaked it a little bit to make it compliant with Google's policies,
Yeah.
and that was Cyanogen OS, which didn't last very long before Cyanogen kind of blew up.
I remember I remember so well everyone freaking out because the phone did not come unlocked. That was actually a big controversy.
Wait, which one? The first Cyanogen
Yeah.
phone? That was the
Uh,
Oppo N1, right? The one with the swivel camera.
was it?
I think it was.
I was thinking 1+1 or something like that. Anyway,
Okay.
whatever it was, it didn't come unlocked, and everyone had lost their minds, and the company had to straight up explain, guys, no, wait, whoa, you can unlock it, it just doesn't come unlocked.
Right, because then Google wouldn't allow it.
Yeah, and I think there was also something about it. You still had to go through some weird step to root it or something, and everyone just lost their minds over this. And it's like, guys, no, this is not a big deal.
Look,
You
do you
have
want
to
the
do
Play
one
Store?
step.
Then yeah, that's what you got to do. Um, yeah, and to that point, I believe this phone will not come with Google services because I saw someone ask Naravid XDA about if it could run Telegram. Because I guess that wasn't clear with the bit about Android, and he said you'd have to download it or install the Play Store. Install the Play Store to me sounds like this is not Google certified at all, which kind of negates the advantage to at least some people that it comes with Lineage OS, because I believe with newer ROMs you can't really install the Play Store or all the Google services after the initial setup. The ROM kind of freaks out.
Yeah.
So you have to do it as part of the flashing process. So like, even though this comes with Lineage OS, anyone who wants like a functional Android phone would have to wipe it and install Lineage OS again, which is not like, it's not great, but I don't believe Lineage OS would pass Google certification without a lot of changes. Like they have their own like privacy containerization thing that changes how some Android permissions work if you want to do that. So they'd have to rip that out and probably do some other stuff. So I get that. And also, like, some people want phones out of the box that don't have any big tech spying stuff in it.
Yeah,
So those people will be fine.
I get that, and I don't want to. Well, okay. So I get that, and given that this, there is no disputing it. Like no one's even saying these words because they don't need to be said. But this is an enthusiast phone. It is a niche market phone if there ever was one. So fully acknowledging that. Holy crap, is this just not something I would ever tell or suggest anybody ever get? Because it is so much of a like low interest phone. And honestly, I
Yeah,
hadn't even considered the possibility it wouldn't come with a Play Store. I didn't look into this very closely,
yeah.
but just like knowing that, that is an instant automatic turn off to me. I would not even consider, like I wouldn't even want to try like toying with the phone. I'm not even interested in like opening a box
I would,
containing this
yeah.
phone anymore.
Like if it, yeah, because like if it wasn't for like Google Maps and Slack, like I could probably live with a Google service or not non-Google Android phone, but there's just too many weird hoops you have to jump through. But I mean like yeah, I mean it looks interesting. The main issue is it has a Snapdragon 835, which is now I believe 4 years old. Um,
Um, yeah,
Wait,
wow.
I think I linked to our announcement post for the 835, which was yeah January 2017. So yeah, really old chip. I which like uh, I don't know how many Android updates you'll be able to ship to that thing before weird stuff starts happening. Like I know I don't know if the 835 was ever got a Project Treble. I actually no, I know it did because someone mentioned they got like one of those like treble ROMs working on it, so it must have that. But that's an uphill battle. It's still gonna be faster than like any mid-range phone right now, but it's not great. F35 is in the Pixel 2, yeah.
Um, just so I can save time typing it. See, Saldana, yes, Slack would need Google services for Firebase notifications. So,
Yeah.
yep, that is
Yeah, and
exactly the reason.
I can't really like not get work notifications. I don't want to get fired.
Yeah, because if a company or if an app does not use one of the built-in notification systems like that, then basically they have to work. Well, they don't have to, but they effectively work just by polling a service, which means that they're constantly waking up and going back to sleep all the time, and it's not a good situation.
No.
There is another way to do it, but it's not a very good method. And well, it's not a good method for individual apps to use. It's only good when a phone uses it to collect
Yeah.
notifications for everything that's installed.
And I know there's like an Open GApps package that has its own like client for Firebase stuff or some account services. I don't know how well push notifications work through that. I haven't tried that in a long time. But anyway, like I can't do no Google phone, especially now that my car has Android Auto and I can't go back to a non-auto life. So yeah, um,
So I don't actually know how good it's going to be, and I did contact the company, and I basically said when you're ready to ship this, let me know. But there is a company doing a Android Auto knockoff, basically. Apparently it works with all the same apps that work with Android Auto. From the sound of it, what they're doing is basically creating a dongle that is like instead of Android Auto or Apple CarPlay, it is their own thing. It is built with Android, but they're imitating the Android Auto API. So, in other words, all the apps that are running on your phone will still run on this, but it gives you a completely different experience, which I'm curious about. It looks interesting. So I told them, please let me know when you have something that's shippable. But
and you can tell them that anytime we post about Android Auto, like every single person on the internet reads it.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, Android Auto is a niche we own.
I don't know how it happens. It's just like we post about like one Android Auto bug. It's like, oh, that's my best post this month.
Well, I mean, legitimately, I went and got an Android Auto car really early on, and I posted a lot about Android Auto. So I think we just kind of own that SEO from all those early posts.
Very possibly. But yeah, Auto's so nice. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I am so good because like in my Leaf I was using one of the Google Assistant car dongles just through the car's aux port, and then I have my phone in the little mount thing if I needed to use like maps or something. Oh my gosh, the Auto is so much better. Like I get the bigger screen for maps.
Oh yeah, that's a huge upgrade.
It has a pretty good interface. It works with like every single app I wanted to work with. Except like occasionally, like it'd be nice if I could like play video when I'm parked, but I get that like people would abuse that. Like there's been a lot of times where like I'm just running errands, I'm gonna stop and eat somewhere, and I'm eating in my car because of COVID, and I'm like, it'd be nice if I could put like Netflix on my car for 15 minutes while I eat this cheeseburger, but can't do that.
Okay, two things. First off, it just to quickly mention this, dead serious, one of the things that Android Auto knockoff was showing in their sample videos was playing video while
Wait.
God,
was this the thing I got an email about?
Probably.
That
I got an email about it. It's for, I think it was an Indiegogo campaign, maybe it was Kickstarter.
Okay, let me remember, because David like immediately shot that down.
Oh bullshit! No, I don't care if he shoots it down or not. I will take a review unit of it, no matter what. Because it's honestly.
Was it hold on, let me make sure if I say it.
Cardroid.
Yeah, it was Cardroid.
Yep. In fact, I just got an email from them a few hours ago.
Okay. Yeah. Well, good luck with that.
Oh wow, they actually have review units ready.
Okay.
Well, they just offered it to me.
Well.
All right,
okay.
I'll run it by the review chat, but
you'll have to do some convincing probably, or tell them like I don't know if what I'll be able to do with this yet.
Well, I'll run it by. I won't automatically accept it, but for anyone who's curious, there's the link in chat.
Yeah, because I got this email and I just forwarded to Ryan and everyone because I didn't like fully read it, and every time I get an email that's clearly not like intended specifically for me, I just forward it and let someone else deal with it.
Yeah, I do that too, but this is one of those. I figured it was worth because they were asking for coverage of just their campaign, and I'm like, no, we don't do that. But but when you have something ready, let us know. And I didn't say specifically like I would review it. I said, somebody here would want to take a look at it. But this is one of those things. There's no reason not to look into it. I mean, if it runs Android Auto apps, works through the API. Wait, you guys can't see links, really?
No, I said we can't send.
Oh yeah. That's weird. I enabled it, It's supposed to be enabled on this channel. I'm not sure why it would be blocking any. But yeah, anyway, it is definitely this is a thing. It may be a terrible product. Maybe it's a good product. Who knows? But it's worth checking out. It's silly not to.
But yeah, anyway, if there was like a way to detect that your car wasn't moving and Google would let video services make apps, that'd be neat. But that's like a relatively minor use case in the grand scheme of things.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm sharing it to the live stream just to point this out. So the CarDroid Car PC features, it gives a bunch of hardware specs, but what I particularly love is the line near the very bottom that says play Netflix, Google Maps, YouTube, etc. Oh god, that just that sucks.
Yeah,
That is not the thing to advertise. I bet if this comes out and anybody takes notice of it, they're 100% going to go to this company and say, no, guys, get real. You have to take this out. Firmware update needs to ship tomorrow. You disable Netflix, YouTube, any of that stuff.
Well, okay, but the issue is that they have the Play Store, so that'd be really easy to circumvent. And also the meta issue I see here is that there is no way in hell this is officially certified to run the Play Store. They put this on here without asking anyone at Google.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Google would. This wouldn't fly. Especially since it's like reverse engineering the auto API. Google would be like, no, no, you can fuck off.
Strictly speaking, I don't think that's. I'm not sure if that's something Google can entirely argue with or prevent.
They wouldn't be happy with it.
I agree. They wouldn't be happy with it. But you're basically just saying, hey, apps on this phone, if you want to talk to this API, we will let you talk to us instead. I'm not sure how that would work.
Also, I'm kind of surprised that Android Auto would wouldn't have the restrictions in place that would keep the only thing streaming to it being the official app. Like, is there no verification?
Oh, you're talking about the head unit.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that is a big deal actually. So think about what it would mean if that were the case. Right now, most of the cars that you can buy, the head units would support either or both Android Auto or Apple CarPlay.
Right.
The thing is, strictly speaking, most of them are actually using a pretty universal system that allows basically for just, here's a screen, you can take it over, and we trade back and forth touch events and things like that. Individual integrations are linked to Apple CarPlay or Android Auto, but a lot of companies are not straight up saying it can only be you guys. So chances are, yeah. Though notably, this says it supports, quote, any vehicle with Android Auto. My thinking is that they're probably hooking into all the same stuff, but I don't think that they can have. I don't think any company is going to care that somebody is hooking through it. Which, very notably, this Android Auto Anywhere dongle that I'm testing.
Is that the one that adds wireless?
Yeah. Sorry, I called it the wrong thing. The Android or AA Wireless is what it's called.
Right.
This is doing the exact same thing in that sense. It's just basically bypassing any of the things that it needs to in order to get Android Auto passing through.
Yeah, that's true.
That being said,
I guess I would have assumed there would have been a signature check somewhere in there, but I
There
guess
might
like it's
be.
not like yeah, so someone stole the key.
You never know.
uh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just expected there to be more hurdles to keep you from using the stuff you own, but that's cool, I guess, you know. It's like the car just come to like a VNC client. Like, oh, do what you want, man. It's your car. Oh,
Um,
that'd be sick actually. I'd love that. Can I get Team Viewer on my car? uh,
um,
just straight up put like a HDMI port in the car.
yeah. So really quick, just answer C. Saldana's question. I actually did not get this working quite yet. It should actually be now. It turns out that there was something kind of goofy with the development board. But I had to assemble and program this thing manually. I was just sent the parts and I had to put it together. But yeah, that's a new one for a review unit.
Yeah.
But which obviously, like, this is all pre-production stuff. None of these will be problems, obviously, with the final product because they're doing a completely like custom hardware package.
You're not getting one of the production run yet.
Exactly. So I had a few problems in the initial stage. I'm actually going to be taking this out. I was going to do it a couple days ago and I've just been busy. But yeah, I'm going to take this out and test it again, and it should all be working now. I figured out, I think, what was wrong. But yeah, it's just an issue with using development board in its very development board state.
I don't think my car supports wireless auto, because whenever I turn it on and it Bluetooth connects to my phone, I just get the notification for auto just says like plug in your phone to use it. So I assume I don't have that.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I don't think, or as far as I'm aware, I think it makes it, most cars would make it pretty obvious if you had wireless. Also, yours is not a brand new car, right?
It is a brand new. Well, it's a 2020.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it is new. No one's
right.
driven it. It had like 10 miles on it.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
In which case, yeah, wireless would have been plausible, but yeah,
Well, just yeah.
Hardly
like
any cars have shipped with wireless Android Auto so far.
Yeah, that's the impression I got. So like, it wasn't high on my priority list. Just like my hard requirement is just like it needs to have auto. That's the, you know, I can deal with the USB port. That's fine. And also because I think, doesn't wireless auto like make the phone's battery drain decently fast or something like that?
Well, it's faster, not by, as far as I'm aware, not by a lot. I'll kind of test this. But yeah, I don't think it's that part's too bad. It's more the fact that the phone is going to be running GPS, at least one or two apps, plus the Android Auto subsystem. All this stuff is going to be running on the phone at the same time.
Yeah, while it's
Meanwhile,
in your pocket.
it's not charging.
Yeah.
Whereas when you're plugged in, it's at least got it. Even if it's like a low trickle feed from one of those like half amp ports or whatever it is, like at least that's something. It slows the usage.
Austin says, funny thing is with Hyundai's with the navigation package, they have Qi wireless charging, but not wireless Android Auto. Ooh, I wouldn't want to use wireless auto at the same time as wirelessly charging a phone. That sounds like a overheating accident waiting to happen. I'd be kind of scared to do that. Or just like your phone slows to a crawl because it's thermal throttling to the limit.
Okay. There are some elements to consider here. First off, if you live in, let's just say, Minnesota or I don't know, name any really cold place. your issues with overheating, probably not a big deal. Second, if you have, I know that this is inconsistent across cars, but I know some cars have their Qi charging spot is actually set up really nicely with like a fan behind it and
Okay.
things like that. So it's circulating air. If you have these things going, that would not be a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I tend to agree. The first time I heard about this, it was like, that's a terrible idea. Who the hell would want that? But yeah, even having a phone plugged in.
Daisy, what? Go. Don't get out from my desk.
There was when was this? Where was this? I don't know. Somebody was talking about how even having their phone plugged in, their phone would just get like nuclear hot. And I gotta say, I've seen that too. If your phone is plugged in and sitting in the sun in anywhere in the spring or summer months, it gets hot as hell.
Yeah, I had that issue in my Leaf when I'd have the phone in the vent mount thing, and I didn't have the AC on. The phone would, when I'd get out of the car and take the phone out of the holder, it'd definitely be a little hot. Especially since I didn't run AC all the time because it's an electric car and I would lose the range.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, so
Carson said, "Is wireless AA done over Bluetooth or Wi-Fi direct?" I'm pretty sure it's Bluetooth, right?
Okay, so it's actually both. What happens is, in order to make the initial connection, and when I say initial, well, okay, man, this gets weirdly complicated. So making the initial connection, it likes to use Bluetooth.
Right.
But once it has a Bluetooth connection, it then connects over Wi-Fi for everything happening on screen. Now, my understanding, and I'm not totally sure on this, but I believe in order to do all of the audio, so when it's playing audio, including phone calls, music, anything like that, that stuff still happens over Bluetooth. So all of your mirrored display is over Wi-Fi, all the audio is over Bluetooth. That's
okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense because I just found the article I wrote about how Android 11 brings wireless auto compatibility to all phones, but the requirements are that the phone has to work with 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi.
Yes.
So that makes sense if it uses both. But yeah, no, my complaint about like charging an auto is that I wish there was a mode in there might be. I haven't fully read my car's manual yet. But it'd be nice if there was a mode where I could use the USB for just data and not charging when I'm using auto. Like, don't charge the phone unless it's like really low. Because like what kind of bugs me is like I don't use wireless charging and that kind of stuff most of the time, or even like fast charging, because I know how quickly phone batteries degrade, and like especially with my S20, I'm hoping to keep that for a decent amount of time, and I don't charge it unless I need to, or it's like overnight and it's a slow trickle charge. But when I'm going in my car and I plug in the auto, a lot of times the phone's already at like a 90% and I'm plugging it in just to use auto. It's like, well, I don't really need to charge it. If you could just use the USB for data, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
But I don't think my car hasn't had an option to do that.
Yeah, it always varies. It's kind of I hate to say it this way, but the situation with plugging phones into cars is it's so janky. It doesn't work super well. Yeah. Even going as far back as like people plugging in their iPods to a 30-pin connector in a car. Even that was pretty janky days.
My Leaf had iPod compatibility.
Of course it did.
I don't think I never tried it, but I believe it was there. uh, and also I think one of my parents' cars also definitely had it. Like still well after iPods had stopped really being a thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I agree that like ideally there needs to be like it's still it's kind of janky that like CarPlay and Android Auto need to be two separate things, even though like if you know if I can't talk, if what you said is right, where it's mostly the same underlying technology, like can you just like not make it tied to only two phones types? That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Or just have it where it's like this independent thing, like again like Bluetooth, like just all the Bluetooth stuff works. Not saying Bluetooth works well, but
No kidding.
it does. It's not like OS dependent.
Yeah. Well, for what it's worth, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these days Microsoft were to come out with something and say, "Hey, you know, we're now or you could now run our thing in your car instead of Android Auto or CarPlay." And yeah, what C. Saldana brings up is Android Automotive. When that happens, oh my god. First off, I really want Android Automotive. Which, by the way, okay, this all the things you were saying about how Android Auto is better, that was the second thing I was going to bring up. I said there's
Yeah,
two
like
things, and we never got to number two, but wait till the honeymoon period's over. Now, don't get me wrong. Android Auto is still a really good experience. It is better than almost everything out there that I've used. I think CarPlay is in some ways better. That's one of those things where a few things are better in Android Auto, a few things are better in CarPlay.
right.
But man, there will come a time you're going to have this feel, I guarantee it. There will come a time where you're like, okay, here's a long list of all the missed opportunities in Android Auto. Here's all the ways I want to fix it. Here's all the ways I want it to be better. Here's the things that, like, this is my wish list. And your wish list will get long. And I wanted to do a couple of editorials about how Android Auto was a really good thing that completely missed the boat. And I still want to do that, but it kept getting shot down. I don't know why. But yeah, you will get there. And Android Automotive does in some ways fix a lot of those issues that I have with Android Auto.
I haven't like read a ton about automotive yet. But I can't say I'm really a fan of the core concept, unless you're like leasing a new car for 2 years, because like it really scares me how many cars already have like, you know, like how many cars are like, especially in like the early 2000s, how many cars were stuck on like really old versions of Linux or like Windows CE
Oh yeah.
or something. And like automotive is that, but also like a lot of times the car has its own internet connection, and that kind of terrifies me a little bit.
I could be
I know, like,
mistaken, but I believe an internet connection is actually a hardware requirement for Android Automotive.
Yeah. So like it's, I imagine there's still like a somewhere is like a disconnect between like the core car systems and the automotive. Just in the same way that like Android Auto can't like control, like make you slam your brakes or something, but it's still don't really like having OSs that have a history of not being updated for very long in a device that people keep for a long time. Kind of in the same way I don't like smart TVs, because like people keep TVs for longer than probably the OS on them is supported, or sometimes they do. I know people like to upgrade and that kind of stuff, but
Okay, so
I don't know. That's why I kind of like the auto model, where it's just like, here's a screen, pipe whatever you want to it, you know.
Okay, so my first point on this is, while my car has Android Auto, it is Android Auto running on top of Android 4.1, I think it is,
Right.
or 4.3. I'd have to check now, but yeah, it's still running Jelly Bean. Yes, Android Auto's there, and I'm getting upgraded features as a result of it. But we're still talking a really old as can be version of Android that's there for running it, and that's, that doesn't really, it leaves that same original problem. It's just hiding it, and that's not really good. And I know a lot of other cars that run Android Auto do run Android under the hood, though I'm sure there's other OSs that are doing it too. And from what I understand, the software to run Android Auto on that side is actually pretty low, like low requirement or low function sort of stuff.
Oh,
It's not
Kit,
that
KitKat could run on anything back in the day.
exactly. So anyway, that's one of the big problems. Let's see, what was the other thing you were bringing up? Okay, well, fundamentally, yeah, updates don't
yeah.
happen to your car,
Yeah.
and it's already a problem.
Yeah, I was complaining about updates. Especially since like my issue isn't even like necessarily the Android part or the updates on their own. It's what happens when inevitably the interface that's built into the device, and this happens also with smart TVs, where you eventually get to the point where the built-in OS is nearly useless, because all the apps are long stop supporting it, or like Wi-Fi standards change and it doesn't connect to newer networks, or some cloud server somewhere got shut down, and I don't like the idea of that also happening to cars. That kind of free, it's not. I don't like it.
See, I think that's a problem on either side of it. For both Android Auto and Android Automotive, both of them are going to have that problem. It's just going to manifest in different ways.
Yeah, and of course, like there would be a really easy solution if we made this stuff modular, or you could like go in and like if there's just a little slot in the car where you plop in like this year's Raspberry Pi, but that's not how any of this works.
Yep.
And also, I don't really know how much I'd like the idea of buying. I already don't like the Tesla big screens because I really like having physical controls. That's not again, I know theoretically you could build a car with automotive and tons of real buttons. That's not an either or thing.
Yeah.
But that seems to be the direction car makers are going, and where we're going: big screen, no dials or buttons. Please touch the flat panel while also driving 50 miles an hour.
Well, at least with a Tesla, it's going to practically drive for you, so sort of a plus.
True.
But yes, I thoroughly agree on that. If I'm driving, I want physical controls. Which, by the way, same with the TV. I am absolutely all about having a remote with physical buttons, because I don't want to try to tap on a screen in the right place when I'm controlling a TV.
Yeah. That's one of the things I really like about my new Kona, is that it actually has more buttons than my Leaf did. And I have like on the steering wheel, I have controls for skipping or rewinding the song and volume, which I didn't have. Well, I had volume on my Leaf, but not audio controls, which is really nice. So like now when I'm driving, unless I'm like doing Google Maps, I never touch the screen, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Although there's not a button to pause what I'm playing on the wheel, but I can still turn it down. So whatever.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah, when it comes down to it, I'm not super sold on necessarily anything that I've seen in the last few years. I don't think anything has really done it right. And I know that this is bringing up such a bizarre old thing that you won't find these days. Well, actually, I'm sure you still would, just none of us would. But if you go to like aftermarket units, I assume they still sell a fair number of them with remotes. This used to be super, super common. I imagine it's mostly dead now, but you could buy aftermarket units that just had a remote control, so you could like change music and stuff like that, presumably
Right.
when you were away from your car. But the more valuable point to it was, and how I used it when I had a car that had a remote, you literally just leave it in the cup holder, reach down, pick it up, and you could control music that way without reaching your arm out at
Right.
at your head unit and screwing around with stuff on there. And it was a lot easier to do that. It was just more comfortable, more convenient, and man, it it was, you never touched the wrong control. You did not have to look at anything. You could as long as you knew where buttons were, you could control everything cleanly.
Mhm.
And yeah, that's why physical controls matter. That's hell. That's why I love physical controls in the steering wheel. Every steering wheel should have almost your entire lineup of physical controls hidden somewhere.
Yeah. Hmm. That's the dream.
I
Even just putting aside the fact that like tactile controls are good,
yeah.
just in general, like it's also like very obviously better for safety.
Austin asked to confirm, do you have a Kona?
Yeah, this month, yeah, I think earlier this month, I sold my 2015 Nissan Leaf and got a 2020 Kona SEL. So back to gas cars, which I miss how quiet and smooth the Leaf was driving. Like it's really nice, and it felt like driving the future. But also electric cars aren't viable for my current situation anymore. So yeah, and also like everyone I know is at least several hundred miles away. So that's the trouble with having internet friends. Everyone's far away. Also, the United States is a big place, and yeah, I thought for a while about buying a Chevy Bolt because they have crazy range now, like over 200 miles. But then I'd be in the same situation I was in with the Leaf, where the battery just degraded like crazy. I know it would degrade less if I bought it new. Also, in general, I think Nissan's the only one that wasn't like actively cooling their batteries when you drive, which I wish I knew before I bought that car. But you can only do so much research.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I would just be in the same situation I was with the Leaf. It would just take longer, and I didn't really want another money sink. So back to gas cars. And I got new car with pretty nice warranty. So fingers crossed, I won't lose quite as much money on the on the Kona, or at least I'll get to keep it much longer. I'm hoping to keep it for a long time because it seems like a nice car.
So
Oh, he said you hold the center volume toggle to pause music. Okay. Thanks for the tip. I'll try that when I get in my car again. Again, I need to read the whole book that came with it. Obviously, I haven't done that yet. So I keep like discovering things in the car that I'm sure are like really basic, but I'm like, wow, that's cool.
oh hey, my Honda, there are things I'm still occasionally learning, and I've had that car for a few years now.
It's just like my my Sony camera. Like I've had it for like 5 years. I'm still like, oh, that's a cool button.
Yeah. No, and oh man, I need to shoot more with my camera. Not to turn it into that discussion, but man, I really need to shoot more with my camera because I've customized every button on it, but then every time I pick it up, I have to try to remind myself, wait, what did I have this button programmed to do? Or I know I programmed a button to do something. Which one did I program to do this thing? And yeah, that happens to me a little more than it should. I don't.
Yeah.
I shoot with it just often enough that I know these things are set up this way. Not often enough that I can remember them.
Yeah. And okay, you're fine. I think my food just shut up, so I'll have to go. But yeah, no, that And again, like I keep like there's so many little things in that car. It's the same thing when I bought the Leaf, because before the Leaf I was driving a 2001 Murano, which was it was a piece of shit. Like it broke down all the time. But also it was a 2001 car, so like it didn't even have a headphone jack. I had to use like those stupid tape adapters that everyone hates. But yeah, like with the Kona, like the one little thing I was like so impressed by was just that I can see my rear view camera. Because the Leaf had the rear view camera because it became like a legal requirement before that car was made. But it was on the tiny little head unit screen, and it was a glossy screen. So like if the sun's out, hope there's not a little kid behind me because I'm not seeing him. But the Kona screen, again, because it's the auto screen, it's big and it's matte, so I can actually see what's behind me. And it even does little like arrows if someone's like walking from behind me to another place. It does arrows and it does beeps, which is really cool. Anyway, it's just like a bunch of little stuff. I'm like, wow, this is what having a new car is like. And like I didn't even get like the super tricked up model. I don't know what kind of crazy. So, well, besides the leather seats, I know I didn't get leather seats, but I know there's like other software stuff that I missed out on. Yeah, me with my SLR. What are all these buttons that don't say auto? Yeah, I mapped my the little customizable button to auto, because like there's like all the buttons for like satellite radio. I'm like, I'm never using that. You know, like every time, like I can't wait to get like 50 more letters in the mail from I forget whatever the
Sirius XM or whatever.
Sirius XM, yeah.
Oh,
No, when I bought
yeah.
my Leaf, oh my god, I must have got at least 20 to 30 letters in the mail telling me I could sign up with this nice offer. I'm like, no, I have a phone. I'm not buying this.
Oh yeah. Well, at the dealership when I bought my Honda, oh my god, they tried so hard to get me set up on. Well, they didn't try for long, but they tried really hard for a couple minutes to get me to get set up Sirius XM, and it's like, why? I'm literally buying Android Auto so that I can just plug this in and not have to worry about it. And the moment I said that, they're like, oh yeah, never mind, just forget it. We're not even gonna try.
You know what? I'm this might come across as insensitive, but I'm gonna say it. I think it's because you're over a certain age. They try to sell you on that.
No, it's because they get a bonus for it.
Oh, dude. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's just an upsell, or well, kind of a referral.
I have to imagine that the demographic of people using that is probably leaning towards older people. So that would be my guess, but I don't know, because like when I bought my Leaf and when I bought my Kona, they never tried to do that to me. I didn't know that was a thing.
Okay, so there is that. I'm going to add one other factor here. Keep in mind that this is back when Android Auto had only been, prior to me buying it on the Honda, Android Auto had only been available on 1 or 2 models of Hondais.
Okay.
So seriously.
Oh, so like their like workflow for selling a car was probably still.
Yep.
Okay.
They had no idea this was even a thing you could do with it yet.
Right.
Dead serious. I sat down in the car and I said, oh yeah, part of the reason I'm looking at this car is I want to get one with Android Auto. And the girl that I ended up, the sales rep, who had me do the test drive and everything, I mentioned this to her, told her about this, and she's like, oh, okay, I actually want to see this too, because I've never seen it.
Oh, that's funny.
And so I was showing her all this stuff about Android Auto that she had no clue about. She had never seen or heard of it before, didn't know it was a thing. And yeah, I'm sitting there doing stuff with it. And that's funny. Yeah, she's totally learning from me as we're going along. And it was...
Oh, that's so wholesome.
But yeah, that's... I mean... At that time,
it's like that,
selling Sirius XM or XM Radio or whatever it was at the time, selling that was definitely part of their workflow. They just were going to do it to do it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's like it's like that bit in Parks and Rec where Ron goes to like the Home Depot or whatever, and someone walks up and he's like, "Do you need help?" And he's like, "I know more than you," and then walks away.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Yeah,
Or like
which
whenever anyone under the age of 20 goes into a Best Buy,
um
or under the age of like 40, I guess.
yeah, or when any of us walk into, let's say, a cell carrier store.
Yeah, it's like, leave me alone. I will pick up the phone.
Uh, uh, I hate to say it, but I had an interaction like that, almost exactly like that at an AT&T. I I walked in. I forget which phone it was I was looking at. I walked in to look at some new Samsung phone, and it was just a straight up, "Yep, I'm just coming to look at this. Thanks." And
Yeah.
like, I wasn't even gonna pretend I was there browsing and maybe gonna buy it. There just wasn't a reason to it. So it was just a straight up, "Yep, came in here just to poke and look at it. That's all." And the guy kept kind of standing over me and tried to spark up another conversation. And he brought up, for whatever stupid reason, he decided to start talking about a Samsung tablet that was behind me. And it was not what I was looking at all. But he just started talking about that and how it was laggy compared to the iPad. At which point, I had to turn around and say, "Okay, listen. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. You know nothing about this stuff. Thanks for your opinions. Here, let me quickly explain. This is actually something that they're doing intentionally with Samsung tablets. This is a design decision. You need to understand this before you say this. Thanks. Bye." Like, I actually got rude about telling him to go
Yeah.
away.
Cause like that's yeah, like like if you tell them beforehand, like I got it, like they need to leave you alone.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
I'm
you were already respectful the first time. It's not like the guy just like asked you need help and you're like, "Go away right now or I will call the police."
Yeah, I walked in there and I was very polite in the beginning. I'm saying it as if I was kind of a d-bag from minute one.
Yeah.
I really was very nice in the beginning. There was a couple thank yous in there, but I really just came in here. I'm looking at this because of whatever reason, I forget why. But yeah, I wanted to save him time. I didn't want him wasting time hovering over me. If I actually don't think there was really any other customers there, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to look at the phone myself. I didn't want to waste any time with it, and I didn't want to waste his time, and I was really polite about it. It was once he kept hovering over me and trying to interrupt over and over again. It's like, nope, this is over. I'm just going to tell you why you're stupid. Again, I wasn't even that mean about it, but I was trying to be abrupt with him so he would just leave me alone, which I don't think he ever did. I can't quite remember, but I after the Samsung tablet part of the conversation, I do sort of remember him being like, "Okay, I probably should just not say more words."
Yeah.
Um.
Well, my food's definitely here now, so I'm gonna go now.
All right. Well, take it easy, man. I will chat with you at some stage in the near future.
All right. Goodbye, everyone.
All right. So, let's see. I'm now over to that chat view. Looks like everything's still working. Oh yeah, that's fine. Just thinking about which things in here might be broken and which things aren't. Moving everything over from Twitch has been fun experiences. Let's see. Okay, quickly going back to the last few comments. I didn't miss too many, but yeah, Austin mentioned the SLR. What are all these buttons that don't say auto? Yeah, I'm definitely I don't have that particular problem, but all the custom buttons, all the programmable buttons, man, I've changed all of them. Literally all of them. None of them are what the defaults were, and they're all more logical. 9 times out of 10, if I need to do something, I just think, where would I have probably put this? And I'll hit it within 1 or 2 button presses. But still, it's that uncertainty that drives me crazy. Blue Link is pretty awesome. I have not had the... Wait, Blue Link, is that what it's called? No. Honda has Honda Link. That's what it was. So yeah, I haven't had any opportunity to play with Blue Link. Y'all should play Dumb. I can't play Dumb in a carrier store. I honestly can't. It pains me to go in there and give any sales rep even the vague inclination that they might know what they're talking about, because most of them only know what they learned from some like half-hour training session, and it's painful. Let's see. Can the Samsung iPhone play music from the internet? Nice. Oh god, really? You went to go get a 3A and they tried to sell you an SD card? That's a disaster. That's so bad. But it also sounds it sounds like something that would happen. It shouldn't, but it does. B-Slide, the experience is better on YouTube. Yeah. I mean, I know it is. I never really doubted it would be. Setting up the stream is slightly more steps. It's not bad, but it's... Actually, I guess I do need to test, just out of curiosity, I should test doing it without setting the live... Okay, with Twitch... Not that I think you guys care that much, but on my side, with Twitch, it was literally just open OBS and start streaming. Now, I couldn't change the title through OBS. I couldn't change like what game I was playing, stuff like that. And I obviously could, well, yeah, I couldn't see chat. I think there's a plugin or extension that would allow that, but I don't remember for sure. Or at least I couldn't type in chat, but so yeah, you know, with Twitch you would still want to open the dashboard, the web dashboard, but it wasn't necessary. With YouTube, I think it might still be necessary to open the dashboard. I haven't tested it, but I think it's possibly a requirement. I don't have to change stream keys or anything like that, but it seems like it may be necessary to open the dashboard because you actually create your stream before you start streaming it. So it's an extra step or two, just little things. None of it's a big deal. Just things I'm aware of. But overall, I do think YouTube is just better at almost everything. The catch is Twitch still makes it so much easier to get money out of streaming, which, you know, that is a good incentive. Let's see. Oh yeah, you can leave the app and chat still works. No long pauses for background or screen off playback. And I mean, if nothing else, just the fact that you can re-enter, like you can join chat, like or you can join the stream, start watching, and you're not seeing, or you're not waiting for the next chat comment to see even the next chat comment. It loads the chat history right there. You can just scroll up if you want to see what's going on or what somebody just said. You can refresh the page and you don't lose your chat. Like, YouTube is just better at everything. Let's see. I flyer the read at the beginning of the shift. I'm not quite sure what that is. I'm sure that's just speech to text getting a little mangled, but go ahead and clarify that if you want. Let's see. They have accessory sales quotas, so it probably happens a lot. Oh, the carrier stores? Yes. Though from what I've heard, I don't know if this is true right now, but from what I've heard, accessory sales, there's less of a push for accessory sales in carrier stores these days because so few people want any of the accessories. Like it used to be, you would walk into a store and both early days of smartphones and even at the end of dumb phones, or I guess even at the height of dumb phones, selling accessories, even just like an extra battery or cases, any number of other things, like it was just a thing. Everybody bought their phone, plus they got 2 or 3 accessories or charging cables or, things like that. Now, I mean, really, you get your phone and chances are whatever you care about is already in the box. The only thing you might be buying is a case. And that has... Wow, T-Mobile still has a $500 a month minimum for accessories. That's brutal. And I bet the only things that they're pushing are cases and charging cables. Am I wrong? But, and when I say pushing, I'm sure they have other stuff, but I bet that that's all that they can sell. I can't imagine there's any other accessory that they're really moving in any number. Oh, they still have screen I guess, yeah, screen protectors. Oh, and the other thing, earbuds. I bet some carrier stores are still making a lot of money through earbuds. But yeah, accessories, there's just so much less people want to buy these days. Your phone lasts more than 30 minutes with YouTube. Yeah, that's true too. It never made sense why Twitch is so inefficient. If I ever get my Twitch account back, which I still want to, if Twitch ever wakes up and gets its crap together, I would like to get that account working again and streaming something to it. But we'll see. Which, quick glance through, I haven't looked today, but nope, still no word from Twitch. Only been a week and a half? No, 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks since they stupidly banned me, and not even a word, no response at all, which is still crazy to me. It's so unprofessional. But anyway, yeah, I'd still like to do something with that channel if I can get it back, but at this stage, YouTube for the win. Let's see, beside them, I remember they would transfer your stuff, install screen protectors, push cases, batteries, cables. Yeah, I definitely remember carrier stores doing all that stuff. You couldn't spend more than, well, you couldn't get through a phone purchase without them basically trying to, like, I remember being in Las Vegas. This is back before Android even was a thing. This is the Windows Mobile days. I remember being in Vegas, and me and my girlfriend went to a carrier store to replace or pick up a new phone for her, maybe do some account management. I don't remember. Anyway, they made a very specific point of walking us over to the accessory, like, it wasn't a shelf, or it was one of those island shelf kind of things. They made a point of walking us over there and saying, here, while we're looking something up or getting your account details or whatever, go ahead, take a look at the accessories. It was such a blatant, like, here, we just want you to buy stuff while you walk in. Just give us a few minutes while we go get your account details. They did not need a few minutes for it. They just wanted to peddle accessories as hard as they could. Let's see. Amazon's way cheaper in 2-day shipping. Yeah, exactly. Or depending on where you are, 1-day shipping even. And yeah, always get accessories off the internet. Or even not that I would recommend going to Best Buy for anything, but even Best Buy, you're gonna pay less than you will at a carrier store. Let's see. If they give you back your account back, you should definitely add the old streams to YouTube. Yeah, and it's a fair amount of work, but yeah, I very, very likely would. Just because, honestly, like, no good reason not to, and it would be nice to get it all away from Twitch. And then I would probably actually just take I would get rid of the VODs on Twitch, because there's just no reason to have them there. I should have been doing that all along, but I didn't think Twitch was going to randomly just kill the entire account. Because there is no denying I was one of the better behaved streamers on Twitch. And I'm the one that gets banned. That's still mind-boggling to me. Let's see. Austin, I get cheap TGSP and I use Octopus UV glue to make a cheap and better version of Whitestone Dome glass. Interesting. I honestly haven't even used a screen protector in... I think the last one I used was on the Nexus 5. Let's see, I didn't get a Nexus 6. I got a 6P, but... Let's see, where is the 6P? Yeah, no screen protector on the 6P. So yeah, the 6P was the first phone that I stopped using a screen protector on. And I have not put a screen protector on a phone since. And it's... Whoa. The 6P is booting. I haven't charged this thing forever. I'm really surprised it's booting. I thought the battery would have just died from sitting there by now. I didn't even intend to hit the button to power it on. Let's see. Oh yeah, there's a character limit on YouTube chat. Honestly, I didn't know that, but that does suck. I wonder what the character limit is. Oh, 200. Ew, 200 characters. That is really short. I don't know what Twitch's was, but it was definitely longer than that. Let's see. Beside him, I still have trouble having them give me the phone. I don't want you to do anything. I don't want you... Oh, yeah. I don't want you to do anything. I don't want you to set it up. Just give me the phone and let me go for... But for some reason, they always break the seal themselves. Yes. Yeah, I've had that problem with them in the past. One of the times, I forget when it was, but one of the times that I got a phone from AT&T, I was buying it on contract, but when they were setting it up, I basically I didn't grab it out of their hands, but like they opened the box, left it sitting between me and them, and I just kind of snatched the phone out and started setting it up. And they're like, oh, we can do that for you. And it's like, nah, I can do this faster. Don't worry about it. I can do this faster. I know how I want it set up. Don't worry. And at some point, like they had activated the SIM card or whatever. Because at that time you didn't activate it inside the phone. You had to enter the card, or you entered the number that was on the card. Anyway, they set the card down for a second, so I reach over, pop the SIM card out, grab a sim tool that I had in my pocket. I didn't use the one out of the box. I just grabbed one that was in my pocket, popped the sim tray, stuck in the cards, and close it up. And they're like, "Oh, all right, cool. You do your thing. We doesn't no skin off my back to not do it." It was entertaining. Yeah, carrier stores or people at carrier stores, I think some of them are probably very uncomfortable with me, and others are probably in love with the fact, like, oh cool, we can just take a break, like we just had to do the basics with your account, just upgrade you, now you can do the rest, cool. Save us that work. Let's see, beast item, the 6P was the first one. My 6P was the first one I ever used the screen protector on. I hate them. I don't use them. Oh, yeah. Okay. I misread it the first time. I used to adamantly use screen protectors on everything. And in part because I came from the Windows Mobile days where it was like plastic screens. It wasn't capacitive screens. They were all resistive touch screens. And those things scratch like crazy. So I had to put a screen protector on everything. Because seriously, you could not use one of those phones without a screen protector. And chances are you were going to go through 1 or 2 screen protectors a year. If not, like, some people would go through them every 2 or 3 months. So, yeah, I 100% used to use them religiously. Once we moved to capacitive touch, obviously, the screens were more resistant to scratches, but they still weren't very good. But I think it was around the time of the 6P that Gorilla Glass got good enough. You could pretty safely say you weren't going to be scratch free, but it would be good enough that you could use the phone and it would not, like, the scratches you would get would not be bad. They were like the little micro scratches, not the big huge gash down the front of the glass. That was bad. That was real bad times. Let's see. Use UV glue for glass screen protectors. I know I've heard of that, but never really thought much about it. Beast item. I believe that screen protectors offer scratch protection, but drop protection is dubious at best and is largely placebo. Frankly, I've never once considered screen protectors to be drop protection. As far as I'm concerned, if you drop your phone with a screen protector on it, all you're doing is preventing something like if you drop it and it goes sliding across pavement, screen down. That's what a screen protector is going to save you from. But if you drop it and it comes and it gets any sort of piercing, like a solid point hitting this glass, nah, screen protector is useless. It will do nothing. Austin, first off, you said, oh god, resistive touchscreens vomit. Yes. Yeah, no, there's nothing about those that I miss. They were awful. So bad. Truly, truly one of the worst things ever. I get why they existed. I'm not going to hate on that, but man, they sucked. And then, yeah, Gorilla Glass has sacrificed screen hardness for drop protection in the past few years. It has. So they are not as scratch proof as they used to be. In fact, one of the reviews for the iPhone 12, I think it was the 12, one of the reviewers that I saw had specifically complained that the iPhone 12 scratched way too easily, and that Apple really, really desperately needed to move back to some other glass because it was just it was too bad. Now, I don't know how true that is. I didn't look that closely at what was happening to his screen, but that is bad. I don't want a screen that's going to scratch up easily. Ceramic Shield is the future. Possibly. That, or even Sapphire. I know Sapphire, if you know I've heard a number of people kind of bring up the real, like how realistic Sapphire is. And I tend to agree. It sounds like it's probably a much further off thing than people. Oh, you're poking fun at Apple? Okay. I hadn't heard of it, but I figured it was probably something that somebody was experimenting with. But yeah, I've heard a number of people bring up that Sapphire is probably a lot further off than anybody had thought. Like back when MKBHD was showing off that Sapphire screen protector, I have a funny feeling that was more of a fantasy than anything. It's a neat thing to see. It makes for a really cool looking, like, hey, look, I can bend glass. But yeah, there was not going to be a reality to that in the long run. Not for a few years. Got your Pixel 5 today? Congrats. Do you like it? Well, if you just activated, you probably haven't really gotten to play with it yet, but I've heard the haptics are a little iffy. I've heard it feels just cheaper than a 4, but you know, that's the most that I've really heard. Let's see. The iPhone subreddit believes that the 12 does scratch, or I assume that's doesn't. Wait, yeah, I'm assuming that's doesn't scratch until level 7. Yeah, I don't know. What I had heard, or what I saw is not so much scratch as like little micro abrasions, but they were showing up really easily for the person who's complaining about it. So, you know, it's not necessarily going to gouge glass, but it's going to leave those marks that are not going away. Logging into the apps right now. Yeah, yes, 2-factor authentication drives me crazy. 2-factor authentication. Did I rant about this last time? I feel like it was. Oh no, this was in the AP chat just like 2 or 3 days ago. I was complaining about 2-factor authentication. It drives me nuts now. It was a neat idea a few years ago, but when your list of 2-factor authentication services will come on. I mean, don't know if this will even show up, but when you get into a scrolling list on Authy, that's a problem. That does not work out well. Yeah, okay, that didn't really show up on camera, but it's too many. I don't want to spend 30 or 40 minutes, and I know it's not that bad, but I don't want to spend that long logging into all the services on my phone. I want to be able to open, and there are different ways that you can shortcut the login process, but man, I really just want to be able to sign in a phone, open an app, and I want it to pop up and just ask, which Google account do you want to sign in with? I just want everything to be that quick. I want it to be one tap, and I should just be able to sign in with the chosen account. And I know lots of apps and services can do that, but it just drives me nuts to not have that convenience automatically. Let's see. B-Slide brought up that the 5 is cheaper than the 4. It is. Yes, I know that some things are going to be cheaper. Which is kind of why I brought it up. But yeah, the question is how much cheaper. And that's not a money comparison. That's a sort of value and experience comparison. Let's see. Awesome. My pockets must be portals to the Diamond Dust universe. I've done a pretty good job of keeping my it's not like you do anything special, but my pockets stay pretty clean. I don't seem to have a big problem with stuff that scratches phone screens. Not to say that I haven't noticed some wearing off of oleophobic coating. That 100% happens in a pocket, but I don't have any noticeable like huge scratching occurring just from putting a phone in my pocket. Let's see. Curvy's got 3 cases and fast wireless charging too. Nice. I still have cases for the Pixels. I just haven't decided which one I'm gonna get, and I don't know if I will until Black Friday comes and I can pick one up for a bit cheaper. Awesome. I couldn't tell it was metal. It felt less metal like than the 2XL coating. Yeah, it is. I've heard that the coating's pretty. I don't want to say thick on it, but I heard the coating's fairly like that's the thing you notice when you're touching it. Smaller than the 2XL, yeah, it sure as hell is. It's a lot smaller. Google has the worst oleophobic coatings. Very true. I mean, they're not really the actual worst, but among all the major vendors, I don't know what it is, but yeah, they're really cheap about their coating. Figure out which orientation I want to set that phone down, because it's going to collect dust no matter what. I just have to pick which side it should be getting the dust on. Really quick. Okay, it's 4 o'clock. Sorry, just occurred to me that I should check something. Okay. All right, that's done and working. B-Slide, you're on your 3rd Note 10 Plus? Wait, how'd that happen? Like, I can see being on maybe a second one, but 3? That's some damage right there. Curvy, I wonder if there's an app to give a notification LED light. Is there a notification LED on the Pixel 5? I didn't think so. Or Austin's saying no. I thought they got rid of the notification LED with the Pixels. Was it the 6P? Or sorry, Nexus 6P. I could be wrong on that, but I think it was gone with that one. Or maybe it was... The 2XL had it? Really? How to enable the hidden LED notification lights on your Pixel 2 XL. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. It had one hidden in the speaker grill. Huh. Yeah, I didn't even know it was there. Okay, so the Pixel 3 does... the latest Pixels do not offer... Okay, so the Pixel 3 doesn't have it at all. Did the Pixel 4? Okay. It's not even important now. I'm just looking it up out of curiosity. And just because... where's the window for this? Okay. Not that it's really all that important, but... let's see. Pixel 4 does not have an LED notification light, according to at least the forums. And the argument is, well, at least one person's argument is, with always on display, you don't really need a notification light. I get that argument, but I don't think it's really accurate, because the little LED notification light did it was a little bit of a different purpose kind of thing. Also, you didn't wear out pixels using a notification LED. Okay, let's see if the Pixel 5 has one. Okay, well, all right. According to this, it does not. The 2 and 2 XL were the last Pixel phones to have an LED notification indicator. So, okay, that answers that. Alright, let's see. Curvy, yeah, because there's an app for notification LED for the OnePlus 8. B-Slide broke the first Note 10 Plus in less than a month. There are edge lighting clones on the Play Store since it has a pinhole. Okay, let's see. It flashes white pixels to get a sensor reading for the ambient light sensor. I'm sure someone will mod it to work as a notification light. Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. That'd be an interesting trick. Though, it could be that it's just firmware for... It could just be firmware that's able to flash those pixels. It may not be something that the OS can actually control. I mean, I'm not saying that someone shouldn't try, but, you know, it's very possible that that's not possible. In so much as that means anything. Oh, let's see. Always on display, constantly moves to prevent burn-in. It does, yeah. Oh, whoops. And, yes, I do have over 7,000 unread emails. I don't know what inbox 0 looks like. It's true. Let's see. Fact is, if I go to... Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, real quick, I'm going to pull this up just out of curiosity. So, in my inbox with, just out of unreads, let's quickly bounce to, we'll try page, I could do this math, I'm just being lazy about it. Come on. Okay. What's it gonna be? Oh, I guess I think I have 100 per page, so I guess I need to go to page 76. Yep. Okay, so I have unread emails going all the way back to 2009. And for what it's worth, some of this stuff is just... It's stuff that I just don't care about and I never get around to deleting or getting rid of or cleaning up. I was in the process of doing this a while back. I actually was kind of working in reverse and getting rid of older stuff first because it was just easier to say I don't need this anymore. But, yeah, I've got, like, old marketing emails from, like, sites like GoDaddy that I stopped using years and years ago. I have, let's see, I left stuff in here because there was, like, codes for free AdSense, AdSense marketing, credit, various other things. Yeah, I just don't think about a lot of this stuff, and it ends up getting pushed to pages later down the road, and I never get back to it. How much storage is it taking up? I don't think my email's too bad. Let's see. Going into one.google. So my Gmail account, and keep in mind that this requires a couple of notes. So my Gmail account is at 1.94 gigabytes. Let me change to this. Wait, is that the right one? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so my my Gmail account is only taking up 1.94 gigabytes. The thing about that is, that's honestly kind of on the high side even now, because a big portion of what's in here includes, like, every time somebody comments on Android Police, every single comment that gets posted on Android Police, Discuss, however you want to pronounce it, sends me an email. I also get an email for not every upload, but I get an email for a lot of the junk uploads that happen on Android or on APK Mirror. I also get a lot of emails for other just like formality stuff. All of this auto-generated stuff. So it's a really common problem for me. I get a lot of junk stuff, and I clear it out every few weeks or months or whatever. But yeah, anyway, that stuff has cluttered up Gmail a lot more than it needs to. I also get with PR, a lot of PR companies send stuff where they're attached, that includes attachments, and so those attachments also build up a lot on Gmail. So honestly, if I did a cleaning of just the junk, especially the larger junk that doesn't need to stick around, I bet I could get Gmail down to probably about 1 point. My guess is I could probably get it down to about 1 gigabyte just by deleting PR and some of the old junk, or some of the built-up junk from like Discus and APK Mirror and a few other things. That would all be pretty simple to do. See, Saldana, why do you want an email for every Discus comment? I don't. But if you are a moderator of a site, you get it. And I'm an AP moderator, so you can't turn it off. Or, well, okay, okay, sorry, take that back. You can turn it off, but if you do, you don't get emails for anything from Discus, which actually I don't use now anyway. I could turn this off. But yeah, you don't get emails at all. It's all or nothing. So like I could create a Discus account for other sites, or I could create a regular user account or something like that that I would use on AP. But it is a screwy situation where it's an all or nothing on your emails, and I used to care about getting emails for like responses to my Discus comments, and a few other things. Anyway, yeah, it's not ideal, but I just make a point of deleting the history. I'd say about once every, I don't know. Once every 2 or 3 months, I go in and I just delete anything that's older than about 3 months ago. That way, if anything gets brought up and I want to find a comment, I can search using Gmail. It's honestly faster, and if you don't run a site and don't have Discus comments to dig through, I'll tell you, the Discus their moderator interface is hot garbage. It is absolute trash. It's slow. It doesn't find stuff when you search for it. It's got a lot of problems. So Gmail is just the better tool for looking stuff up. Let's see, B-Slide. When you had an iPhone, Gmail was over 40K. Nice. Corbin Mermaid, the haptics suck on that phone. Yeah. Yeah, that's, again, like I said, it's what I heard. But yeah, anyway, all things considered, my Gmail is taking up 2 gigabytes. That's not bad. Google Drive is taking up 4.25 gigabytes, and Google Photos 40 gigabytes. All things considered, I'm not that worried about Gmail taking up a couple gigs. Everything else is way, way worse. And as you can also see from the bar graph, which slightly squeezing that in between comments there. Yeah, I got plenty of space. I'm paying for the 100 gig or whatever amount this is supposed to be. So, you know, it's not too bad. Let's see. Oh, see, Solana, you visit the Discus inbox page every or a few times a day. That's how I get notifications now, or that's how I notice the notifications now. And I don't even go to the inbox page. I just go to I just open up an actual article. That's it. I'll just open up any of my articles and I look to see if I've got notifications. If I do, great. I'll look at what they are. If not, no big deal. Which, not that it is any way relevant, but for some reason I'm suddenly curious if there were any more comments on the article I posted today. I always try to check comments on the articles I post just to make sure there isn't something terribly wrong or catastrophically stupid that was said. And so far, I'm honestly a little surprised by this. Google has not yelled at me. I emailed, for anyone who doesn't know, I did a post today that basically called out the fact that some developers are having stupidly long delays in getting approval for their new and updated apps. It sucks. It shouldn't be that way, but it's happening. Anyway, so the article kind of just calls this out. It's not like a hate article. It's not trying to be like, oh my god, Google needs to be so embarrassed. It's not like that, but it is calling out that there is a problem for at least some people. And I emailed Google about this a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and they never replied. Like, just straight up, they never gave a response. They never commented, nothing, which is unusual. They'll normally well, I mean, it kind of depends, but it is weird that they wouldn't have replied to this. I would have expected them to at least say, we have no comment, or, you know, we'll look into it, and then never get back to me. At least they would normally reply. I thought it was weird that this one, they're just like straight up ignoring it. But hey, who knows? It's so tough to tell with what they do. Let's... That's actually a good deal on these. Interesting. May come back to that. Sorry, just noticing oddball things popping up in my email that I needed to look, or not needed to, but it's not the worst thing to look up. Huh. Okay. Enough of that. And okay, yeah, I moved the right page in the right direction. All right. Doing too many things at once. It's a curse. Oh, and let's see. I can also kill the video chat window now. And see, Saldana, yeah, you saw the article, No Bad Blood. I worked really hard to make sure that did not come across as a hit piece on Google. I rewrote a lot of that article several times, because every time I started writing something, it's like, okay, this sounds like I'm just straight up saying tons of developers are affected, or oh, this makes it sound like Google is being intentionally negligent, or it sounds like I'm taking sides here. And there's a couple of opinions in there, but I tried to keep it as not hateful as possible. Because honestly, there was some pressure to write this post, and so I needed to write it, but I have a lot of doubts about how widespread the effect is, which is kind of the issue. Let's see. Okay, sorry, I just glanced at Twitter for a second too. So, all right. Anyway, kind of been rambling for a while. What are some other topics? What else has been going on, or do we have anything else interesting happening this week? Obviously there's Halloween, of course, is coming up. Oh, an Apple search engine. Yes, you brought that up earlier. Somebody did. Apple search engine. So I didn't get to read the post on this. Apple search. Yeah, I even opened it to look at it earlier, but I didn't read the post. And you know what? While we're in this view, I'm going to move... Oop. I'm going to move a few things around just a little bit, because... Alright, that doesn't work out super well. How about... You can't see what I'm looking at, but it's funny. Okay, where is our... There we go. That view. That's the view I wanted to get us to. Let's see. So Apple is reportedly stepping up efforts to build a Google search replacement. Antitrust scrutiny could be forcing Apple's hand. It's funny because if Apple builds search, the funny thing about it is it will actually Apple, okay. The inference here, just from that, I haven't read the article yet, but the inference here obviously is that because Google may not be able to push search as hard as it does, which also means they might be disincentivized to pay Apple for search position. As a result, Apple might build its own search engine. The funny thing about this is, if Apple builds its own search engine, it will add yet another service that they are effectively shutting out from other possible sources. The obvious end result of that is it's going to add one more thing Apple will probably get sued for or investigated for down the line. So there's kind of a no-win situation here. At least that would be my immediate thought on this. Anyway, let's see. Earlier this year, it came out that Google paid around $1.5 billion in 2019 to be the default search engine on various devices in the UK alone, most of which naturally goes to Apple. Factor in other countries, and it's likely to be a multi-billion-dollar deal between the two tech behemoths. The DOJ estimates it at around 8 to 12 billion. I sincerely doubt the upper end on that. 12 billion, I think that's completely manufactured BS. But okay. And that's entirely because I think Google pays very different based on the value of given markets. They sure as hell do for ads. Anyway, it's a convenient arrangement that goes back more than a decade. Apple gets to serve the best search results to iPhone and iPad users, who in turn get served with Google's ads. Everybody wins. Except for consumers, according to the U.S. antitrust authorities, and it's the increasing scrutiny that is pushing Apple to develop a competitive search engine of its own. A new report by the Financial Times points to a subtle change in iOS 14 that hints at Apple's future plans. Home screen searches are linking directly to websites using Apple's own results, which could be the tip of the iceberg when it comes to building out its own fully fledged search capability. In recent years, the company has posted job advertisements for search engineers and even hired Google's head of search, John, I'm not trying to... Gianandrea? Not a clue. Anyway, let's see. There's also evidence that Applebot, the company's web crawler, has been increasingly active in recent weeks, but put all this together, and it certainly seems like Apple is gearing up for a push into search like never before. And who can blame it? If the US authorities decide the relationship between Apple and Google is anti-competitive and harmful to consumers, it could well force Apple to open up its search needs to rival engines. Preferable to Apple would be developing its own replacement. That's no easy task, but Apple's experience with Apple Maps will give it hope. That's some blooming optimism. The product was considerably inferior when it first launched in 2012, but has since matured into a viable alternative to Google Maps for iPhone users. Apple has the resources to do the same with search, especially if its hand is forced. I mean, Maps was a the level of failure that was Apple Maps when it first launched was so bad. There were people who actively left iPhones for Android because Apple Maps was so bad, and for several months you couldn't get Google Maps at all. I mean, if they had that sort of experience with search, that would be really catastrophic. That would hurt Apple. Let's hope that they launch something a little bit more competent than that. Wow. Let's see. Radeon RX 6800 XT. How much worse are the Pixel 5 haptics compared to the 2XL, or how much better? Curious about antitrust issues. Okay, so yeah, it's hard to make much of a. It's hard to make too much out of this right now. But if Apple does replace the search engine, and especially if it is an automatic thing as opposed to like a default. And I know that they seem similar, but and in practice they are pretty similar, but if Apple pushes its own search engine, we all know, just common sense, we all know, you're not going to have a setting during the startup process. When you're first setting up your phone, you're not going to get an option like, hey, do you want to use Apple Search or do you want to use any one of these other three? That's not going to happen. Apple is not going to introduce that. So this is going to be another one of those spaces where Apple is trying very, very hard to pressure or no, I'm saying it the wrong way. It's going to lead to a lot of complications, one way or another. This is going to be a situation where Apple could possibly get itself in trouble through an anti-competitive measure. They're going to be shutting out other providers. I question if they'll let other providers still be selected. I imagine they will, but I think they're going to hide it. I don't think it's going to be an option that you get when you set up. And you're going to have to go in and make a concerted effort to switch your default search engine. That's not going to be a good situation. And I could see that getting Apple into not a lot of trouble, but some. And all for a search engine that they probably don't really need to make. You guys, so Corbin brought this up in another channel somewhere. I forget where. But his comment on this much earlier was he'd rather have seen them pick something like DuckDuckGo rather than build their own search engine. Personally, I think that wouldn't have worked very well either, because DuckDuckGo a lot of people point out, it kind of sucks. But, it's popular because no tracking, blah, blah, blah. I would say that it's a viable option, but not a great option. But yeah, Apple probably should have partnered with somebody else, because it would look better for them. It would look better for that other company that they're working with. It just makes more sense to have partnered with somebody else. Not that it is at all that significant, but I do want to quickly point out, because a good laugh was had by all in the AP chat room about this header, which has a button for Apple Search or I'm feeling fortuitous. Make of that joke what you will. But yeah, I should have said I'm feeling courageous. Oh god. Oh my god, that would have been so much better. You're right. I'm feeling courageous would have been a million times better. Oh damn. Oh, that would have won the internet if that had happened. That is so much better. Okay. I guess Scott must have made the header for this. Not 100% positive, but let's see. Scrolling up just to quickly check, because I know it super matters who made this, but where's it at? But yeah, anyone doing anything for Halloween while I'm looking for this? I don't have any plans myself, though I guess I'll be streaming. That's something. Because that does happen to land on a Saturday night. So yeah, I'll definitely be streaming. Because hey, why not? Maybe if... Ooh. Well, yeah, I'll have to come up with something. It would be fun to do. I don't know what. Maybe I'll see if I can. Maybe I'll see about doing like a themed stream somehow. I'm not really sure what that'll mean, but I might have some ideas. We'll get some copyright-free music that I can play in the background. That ought to be easy enough to do, right? Damn it, where was the... yeah, okay, Scott did make that hero. Oh, okay. We're gonna just mark this stuff unread so I can come back to it later. Okay. Cool. Sorry. Just looking at like 6 different things to make sure I'm not missing something. See, Saldana, can't wait for these next 2 months. Lots of cool stuff on the way. Like what? Pray tell. I mean, I know of something that's coming, but it's... Oh, well, okay, I can't talk about what it is, but I could casually say, in the near future, I'm going to get a pre-brief for a product that has been so profoundly leaked. By the way, I've not had a pre-brief yet, so I am technically just guessing. But holy crap, has a company with a three-letter name. Their products have just been getting leaked like crazy. Roughly a week before announcements recently. And so I'm pretty confident I will be taking that product out in the next few weeks to experiment in spaces that do not have ceilings. Subtle, I know. Huh? What's with your state and the creepy COVID clown? Austin, you're gonna have to explain this one to me. The creepy COVID clown. I honestly have no idea what this is about. Though I absolutely am now searching for COVID clown mask. This is pretty close to what I was expecting, honestly. almost nervous to scroll down on this. But perfectly titled. Coronavirus clown. Oh boy. Yep. Anyway. Wait, my state's health department is crazy? What? I honestly don't know what you're talking about. Okay, let's see. Catching up on comments really quick. In case I missed something. C. Saldana mainly just splurging on tech during Black Friday. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I'm still not planning on spending anything really, except maybe on the Pixel. And possibly I'm still kicking around at getting an iPhone 12. Just because the trade-in deals are so good on getting that phone. Austin Ass says the Mini. I can't say. You know I can't say. I said I can't say. And again, I don't know what I'm getting a pre-brief for, but I am getting a pre-brief very soon for a product, and there has been a product from said company that has been heavily leaked. I don't think I'm violating any trust in saying that there's a whole lot of leaks out there for a certain product. I don't know for sure, but I have a funny feeling it is that company's product that has been heavily leaked this last week that I'm probably getting a pre-brief about in the very, very near future. Just a hunch. Let's see. Oh yeah, so you're getting a Pixel 5 Chromecast with Google TV, which I see CCG and my brain immediately goes to collectible card games. And you'll pick up a few games. Okay. Oh, and maybe the Pixel Buds if they're discounted. Yikes. I don't know. I guess they're not that bad, but I can't hear Pixel Buds without thinking scary thoughts now. Okay, Oregon State Health Department. I'm not sure what the news is here. Okay, recent news. Recent news. Oregon, Washington joined multi-state review group on COVID-19 vaccine. I'm assuming that's not too bad. More death count. Hospitals in New York and Oregon hit with ransomware. That sucks. Wait, watch the clown video? I don't know. What clown video? I don't think there were any clown videos in this batch. This is all image search, by the way. Oh, I guess that first one is... Oh, but yeah, that's... whatever, that's some CNN thing. Just type in Oregon Health Department clown. Oh. Okay. Oregon official dresses as clown to announce COVID-19. Okay. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Damn it, I don't want to go to New York Post. Okay. Which is still really low for the US. Wait, oh, that was it. Okay. Yeah, senior Oregon health official is going viral for dressing up as a clown to announce the latest death toll. When you phrase it like that, don't autoplay videos, jackasses. Yeah, when you phrase it like that, someone dresses up as a clown to announce the death toll, it sounds pretty bad. Anyway, senior health advisor for the Oregon Health Authority. Yeah, dressed up that way. Sadly, reporting 3 deaths. It was only when she cut to fellow senior advisor dressed in a cuddly animal onesie that she said was inspired by the Japanese cartoon My Neighbor Totoro that it became clear that the costumes were part of a discussion on celebrating Halloween safely during the pandemic. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Sharif said the pandemic was reshaping how Halloween is celebrated, but that it could still be spooky and fun. The live video was recorded on October 14th, but started going viral Tuesday after being shared by a journalist at the Oregonian who called it an absolute nightmare. I mean, I kind of agree. I get what they're trying to do, but yeah, don't announce a death toll in costume. That definitely shows poor judgment. I feel like this is one of those things. Okay. I'll read the rest of this in a second, but I'm watching The Newsroom right now. Anyone who has ever seen that show, you know it's incredible. I'm already through season 1. I'm into season 2. One of the things that they do in season 2 is they have what's called the Red Team. The Red Team, and I've heard of this concept before. I've never had to deal with it, but it's if you have a story that is so unbelievable, so hard to believe, but it is a big deal. The idea is that you don't involve certain people in the evidence collection stage. Instead, you basically bring it all to them at the end. When you think you have the whole story or enough of the story, you give it all to them at the end and let them try to poke holes in it. Anyway, and this isn't exactly a perfect point for what I'm making, but it's close enough. Here's the thing. I have said this many times. A lot of companies really just need to have a few people that they talk to or hire, or even just like friends of employees. It doesn't matter. Just at some point, you need to bring in people and say, hey, we've developed this product, or we've come up with this idea for a video, or we've come up with this, or we've come up with that. Let's show it to you. And you tell us what you think. It's kind of a focus group, but a little different. Or if you're going to produce a product that is targeted at men or women, if you're going to produce a product that may have very specific gender or race elements involved, or religious elements, just go down that list of all the things. If there's some small chance something goes wrong here, do it. Just ask a few people, hey, do you see something wrong with this? And this is one of those videos. This is a perfect example of where someone could have stopped and said, okay, wait, whoa. You're gonna dress as a clown and then tell people how many people died. No, that's stupid. Sorry, just to reemphasize this point, let me transition back to full view so you can see the look I just made. And that won't get screenshotted and used inappropriately someday. I'm sorry, but no, that is stupid. Don't be stupid about it. And again, I'm sure they probably thought, hey, this is a really good idea for a video. Let's do this. I get it. I get how brainstorming ideas comes together and you end up with something stupid. It just through process of things happening. This is one of those examples where all they need to do is show it to somebody and say, hey, is this a good idea or a bad idea? Just, can you tell me, is this a good idea or a bad idea? They could have recorded the video. Honestly, from the look of this video, this took very little time to make. They could have recorded it. They could have recorded separately, or even, I know that this isn't entirely fixing the problem, but it could have. If they had recorded the like case count and death toll, if they had recorded that without makeup, and then, because, cut this whole thing together and then put on your makeup and then switch focus and start talking about doing Halloween safely. This could have been done. It's not asking that much. Guys, it's hard not to talk about it and laugh, because this is just poor judgment, if there ever was any. Okay, anyway, getting back to reading this post. Let's see. Okay, so the journalist has said, I'm sorry, but who at the Oregon Health Authority thought this was a good idea? She asked when initially sharing the clip. I get they were going for a fun Halloween COVID update, and they have a very hard job, but this does not work, she wrote. Yeah. The clown is just there, and she dives right into the numbers. Amazing stuff, she said, joking. Please wear a mask and physically distance so these poor doctors don't have to make any more videos. Which, I will say, that actually is a comment also in poor taste. So, great. Poor taste all around. Many viewers said that the straight-faced delivery made it feel like a skit from a TV comedy like The Office. Actually, yeah, it kind of did. I'm not an Office watcher, but yeah, that sort of fits. Okay, a few people reacting. Others were just relieved that the pair did not choose other costumes that would have been even more painful during the real-life horrors of 2020. That's actually a fair point. Imagine if one of them had dressed as the Grim Reaper or something like that. Oh, very next line. Okay, yeah. Grim Reaper might have been too on the nose, one person tweeted. Others, meanwhile, took the comical dress up as a cutting comment on the Beaver State's health authority, calling it a joke. There has never been a shortage of clowns at OHA, one wrote. Oh boy. And that's a sign that we have I let's see. All right. I'm just gonna look. I'm probably gonna regret this, but anyone want to take bets right now? Trump supporter. Okay, so Friday surprise. There has never been a shortage of clowns at OHA. Same for OHA's birth mother, DHS. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so this maybe not a Trump supporter. He or she retweeted somebody encouraging a boycott of NBC, which showed the Trump town hall. All right, is there anything but retweets on this account? Seriously, that just like nothing but retweets. I was looking for something kind of original, but just nothing here. Okay, well, no, this is definitely not a Trump supporter. Okay, Biden supporter, just... I'm surprised. Genuinely surprised by this. I was pretty confident this was going to be our, like, hardcore hates the Democrats type of person. But okay, hey. I'm always happy to be surprised. Friday surprise, as it were. What do you mean search from username? Yeah. But, like, why? Oops. That was a weird copy paste. Let's see. Okay, Doug Ducey is a sad little puppet, singing, dancing, and stuttering when Trump yanks the strings. Okay, yeah, well, that's definitely not a Trump fan. Yeah, this is definitely not a Trump fan. Okay. I'm surprised, because typically, like, in Oregon, and I know that this isn't necessarily the biggest issue, but in Oregon lately, if you were in any way, shape, or form in favor of anything, or sorry, if you're basically right wing, the only organization in this state that you seem to like is going to be the police. If you are left-leaning, the only organization you seem to have a problem with in this state is the police. Otherwise, you like all the others. That's kind of the narrative that has been set up around here. And yeah, so bagging on the health authority does not seem like the thing that would normally win that point. But hey, whatever. Yeah, anyway. Oh, but that video is cringe. I'm not sure who suggested this, but it was a poor decision to have made. For sure. Oh man. Who thought that was a good idea? Yeah, how did I miss this? I'm surprised. Because even looking to Twitter, I mean, I'm in Oregon. I thought this would have come up, but no sign of it. Let's see, and poking into the this is election updates. It wouldn't have included anything about the health authority. Oh wow, Business Insider. Oops. Okay, I will bag on Business Insider every day, all day, but this Business Insider coming out with a straight anti-Trump article. That's something. I'm actually impressed by this. It's sort of, in a way. Federal agents from Trump loyal Customs and Border Patrol were tested on the streets of Portland this summer. The Trump administration is federally deputizing local police to ignore the will of local voters. This network of federal and local law enforcement has used extreme violence to quell dissent in Portland, and there is no stopping this from happening in your city too. Robert Evans is an investigative journalist for Bellingcat and has worked as a conflict reporter in Iraq, Syria, and Ukraine. This is an opinion column. The thoughts expressed are those of the author. Okay. But yeah. Oh, yes. No. Cecil Donna, I agree. I love their bullet point style. They're not the only ones that do it, but I like that too, because frankly, this isn't the longest article, but I'm not reading the whole thing. Not a chance in hell. Maybe later, but I'm sure as hell not doing it right now. And I actually tried to do this in AP Teardowns ages ago. Trying to remember how long ago that was, but yeah, I started doing bullet points in the AP Teardowns, and it was basically suggested I was wasting my time and should not do that. So yeah, it went away. But yeah, I'm genuinely impressed that Business Insider is calling out so clearly. And yes, it's the author's opinion, but for them to have posted this is actually a pretty clear, like, shots fired moment. It's weird to say this, but I'm almost tempted to actually retweet a Business Insider post. I don't think that's ever happened, but I need to read that article before I actually do anything. Maybe I'll share it on Facebook. See how many of my D-bag high school friends, air quotes, strong air quote on that, how many of those people decide to, like, rage out and tell me I'm stupid and say all the other rote generic insults that that their poor little brains can think of. Yeah. Sorry, but Facebook to me has become that devastating source of stupidity that everybody knows that it can be, and we all wish it would die. Funny enough, I also noticed that of my friends list, I don't have a huge friends list. It's 180-ish people. And there's something like 25 or 30 accounts that have been disabled just in probably the last maybe 6 to 9 months. A lot of people are abandoning Facebook, and I'm kind of happy to see it. If it gets just a little further, I'll be doing the same. I really only use Facebook for about like 3 or 4 accounts, so I'd kind of be okay with that. Oh, by the way, not that I'm one of those people, but like, I'm not going to publicly post, hey, I voted, here's my, here's me putting the ballot in the Dropbox or something like that. But yeah, I did it a week ago. Hooray for early voting. And I mine went into a Dropbox, but because I don't trust the mail. But yeah, voting is done. Yay, happy. Oh, and speaking of, let's see, There we go. The Wall Street Journal. By the way, for anyone who's interested in this, the Wall Street Journal put out a post, how delayed is your mail-in ballot? And they're using some statistics from some third-party company that is tracking how long it takes for mail to get around in the mail system. And what this map is showing, as I kind of frame it up a little bit ish. Hey, we'll move it this way. My head can fit in between the blocks. Here's the thing about this. If you look at this map, all the states that have black outlines are the states that require the ballots to arrive before or on election day. And as they get darker, that's taking longer and longer for stuff to get through the mail. So, yeah, poor Wisconsin for sure. Wisconsin is a disaster right now. But if you were to put your ballot in the mail today in Wisconsin, or even a few days ago, it's likely to take close to 10 days to get there, and they won't accept it. It will get there after election day, no question to it. So you can vote today in Wisconsin. You could throw your ballot in the mail. It's not even November yet. You could throw your ballot in the mail. It will not get there in time. Your vote will not get counted if you vote in Wisconsin by mail right now. That's how bad this is. Oregon, where I'm at, I mean, Oregon is they're 5 to 6-ish, well, probably 6 days, judging by the color tone. At 6 days, think about it. 6 days, that's coming real close to the third. And Oregon's not that bad compared to most of these other states. There's a lot of states darker than Oregon, and almost all of them black outlines. That means if you're in North Carolina, Alabama, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Missouri, Nebraska, Colorado, Arizona, Idaho, let's see, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, probably Louisiana, probably Tennessee, Indiana, Vermont, Maine, and Connecticut. Yeah, that looks like all of them. If you're in any of those states, today is either already too late or very much the last conceivable day you could put your ballot in the mail and it would get there. That's how close we are. That's how bad this is. And some of these states are actually already past that point. Like if you put your ballot in the mail yesterday, your vote's not going to get counted. That's how bad this is. And it's a week away. The election is a week away, and your ballot probably won't get there in time if you put it in the mail today in those states. I mean, how bad is that? Yeah, thank God the Supreme Court gets to rule on these lawsuits. Yeah. No. Which I don't know if you guys saw this, but there was who was it? I forget who it was now. Somebody in the Supreme Court, I think it was Amy Coney Barrett. Somebody had just finished saying that the Supreme Court can step in to dictate the terms of whether or not a state Supreme Court can rule over electoral decisions. So in other words, they're saying if they see something and they don't like it, the case does not have to be brought to the Supreme Court. They will step in to change it, to basically overrule a state Supreme Court if they don't if they decide they don't like it. That is activism judgment, if there ever was any. That is actually, that is indisputably unconstitutional, because it is actually the job of the state Supreme Court to rule over things like this. But the U.S. Supreme Court, at least under their opinion, gets that type of control. Yeah, that's where we're at. This is not a acceptable solution. We're really in trouble with this. Which, by the way, a lot of people brought it up back when Kavanaugh was voted in. Whether or not, or how difficult it is to get rid of a Supreme Court judge through legal means. And the question was, can they be removed? Well, fact is, they can be impeached. The impeachment process is actually basically identical to getting rid of a president, but it's very slightly different, but not that different. You basically need a majority vote in the House, and then it goes to the Senate for a trial. Here's the thing. I've seen this topic come back up with Amy Coney Barrett, because half of what she said is already revealing that she is wildly unqualified to be in the court. So I was kind of curious about this, and I started looking up. Love how this just shows up so easily. There is a concept of what's called subversion. This is actually an impeachable offense. Let's see, what was the... Yeah, here's the simple version of that page. The beauty of subversion is it is a very broad and still a legitimate category for defining whether or not somebody is basically doing something that they're not supposed to do, and it is, again, an impeachable offense. So if anyone wants to if anyone wants to follow this, I'll just throw the link in chat. But yeah, subversion is defined as a systematic attempt to overthrow or undermine a government or political system by persons working from within. Subversion works against structures of power, authority, exploitation, servitude, and hierarchy. A subversive is something or someone that works against an organization or system. So, looking through this, now I linked to the full version, not the simplified version, because when you start combing through this, it's ridiculous how much this describes something that we are all seeing left and right now. So, tools and practices on this page. Subversive actions can generally be grouped into three interrelated categories. Number one, establishing front groups and penetrating and manipulating existing political parties. Anyone remember what the Tea Party used to be? Seriously. The Tea Party, when it first started, when it was still this small little barely relevant thing. Okay. You're complaining about links. Let me see if I can fix this. Wait, what is that? Let's see. Huh. That's weird. Okay. Okay, so one small change. Turned on live chat. I don't know. Live chat's supposed to be going. I don't know why that was unchecked or how that was unchecked. Okay. Comment visibility. It says allow all comments. Okay, I think that's more for me. And then the community settings. I do not have blocked links checked. If you select this option, new comments with hashtags and URLs will be held for review. Live chat messages with URLs will be blocked. Oh, that's for comments. But that's a community setting. Hold potentially inappropriate. Hold. Okay, that's not a problem. Okay. Well. Alright, let's see if I can do something about... Really? User... Okay, I'll have to look into it. I'm sure there's a way to fix the link thing. I'm not sure. I don't see how. So I'll tinker with it soon and see what's required. I may have to just make people approved users or something. Which I'm fine with doing that once I figure out like what that entails. Make sure I'm not like giving away tons and tons of like giving access to control the account or something. But yeah, I'll look into it. Not that I don't trust you guys, but I mean, can I trust you guys? Anyway, okay, so getting back to... Oops. Sorry, I'm moving around my windows as I do this. Okay, so subversion. One of them was establishing front groups and penetrating and manipulating existing political parties. When the Tea Party first came into existence, this is something a lot of people have forgotten. Oh, and now that I think about it, I can... Oh, that doesn't matter anyway. But I'm still gonna fix a thing. Okay, that's fixed. Cool. Okay, one. So, the Tea Party, when it first came into existence, was focused entirely on government spending and taxes being too high. They were dedicated to the whole idea that government politicians were basically just taking too much money and feeding it into places that weren't justified, and they were super big on the whole no taxation without representation thing. Which, okay, fine. I'm good with these arguments. It was later when the Tea Party started gaining attention, when they started building and getting more and more people involved. At that point, the GOP spotted the Republican Party and basically said, ooh, you're kind of against all the stuff we actually like. We don't say we like this stuff. We say we like the other stuff. But you guys, well, we like spending money. We like funneling money into the military and a couple of other places. You guys seem to be against that. We need you. We don't want to lose you. So we're going to start giving the Tea Party money. The GOP fed a lot of money into the Tea Party, and in the process added some of their own people. And to this day, I still think they were trying to kill the Tea Party, which is why they added crazy people. I mean, they took nut jobs like Michelle Bachmann and shoved her into the Tea Party so that she could discredit them. And in the process, they actually created a monster. But this was, I mean, literally the living embodiment of creating a group and infiltrating a political party for their purposes. Let's see. So, let's see what happens if I open this. Tech CEOs appear before Senate Commerce Committee. Okay, I will look at that in just a second. We'll quickly roll back to this thing. So the next one is infiltrating the armed forces, the police, and other institutions of the state, as well as important non-government organizations. I mean, does these things, do they not sound familiar? How about generating civil unrest through demonstrations, strikes, and boycotts? Okay, right now, yes, that does sound very much more like a thing happening on the left. But how much of it was spurned on by things that are happening in things that are happening because the government is intentionally forcing it to happen? Let's see. All right, where was the other section that I was reading from? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, this paragraph here. The infiltration of state organizations can provide subversive groups the opportunity to do many things to achieve their goals. The infiltration of security forces can provide information about the government's capabilities and how they plan to address the group's activities. Infiltration also provides the opportunity to plant false information, lead the government to misallocate resources, to steal funds, weapons, equipment, and other resources, and ultimately aid in weakening and delegitimizing the government. The targets of infiltration are not limited to the groups and institutions mentioned above. Economic industries and universities have also been the target of infiltration. In the case of universities, the liberal arts departments are more prone to subversion than the hard sciences. I'm just saying, when you place judges who have very specifically said that they're going to do some of this stuff, when you have politicians who are actively doing this stuff, you can go down a list of votes and find that it is happening. Oh boy. I'm just saying, someone's got to start calling this crap out. There needs to be some impeachments happening for a couple of judges. And given that Kavanaugh just ruled on the Kavanaugh-Kagan disagreement that happened in Twitter. I'm not sure if I'm spelling those right. I doubt I am. Let's see. Oh yeah, I did misspell Kavanaugh, but oh well. Damn it. I thought this was gonna be like a right at the top kind of thing, but anyway, they just disagreed on their rulings, which of course Kagan was overruled, but here's the thing. Kavanaugh's thing was his quote was flip, and I'm sure most of you have heard about this by now. According to Kavanaugh, he's concerned that in Wisconsin, a bunch of votes are going to stream in after Election Day. Doesn't matter when they're postmarked or sent, but they're going to stream in after Election Day and quote-unquote flip the results of an election. Meanwhile, as Kagan points out, and pretty much the rest of the sane world agrees, you're not flipping an election. Those are the actual votes of the U.S. citizens. They are, if you're not counting them intentionally, knowingly, not counting votes from U.S. Americans, then then you are specifically actively disenfranchising votes. And that is by every objective standard election tampering. So I'm sorry, but the mere fact that he has now expressed this opinion, as far as it stands, this is literally an act of subversion. It fits the definition thoroughly and completely. This is a person who is advocating for an unconstitutional elimination of votes. And he is a Supreme Court justice. I'm just saying, this is actually grounds for impeachment. By any objective standard, this is grounds for impeachment. So, look, I'm just saying, if anyone wants to argue that he needs to go, now's the time. Speaking of which, I don't think it's going to be very long before Amy does something that absolutely warrants removal too. Let's see. David Lama, Wisconsin got screwed. They sure did. Makes you sad. Hoping those ballots were dropped off at boxes here. Yes. Yeah, I'm really curious what's going to end up coming of everything that's going on. Okay, wait, what? Can you tell a Trump fridge from a Biden fridge? Sorry, this is just too... This is rich. I'm so curious about this. Okay, so... I mean, this does fit. Trump fridge contains a bunch of beers across the bottom. It looks like a bag of carrots or sweet potatoes or something. Let's see. Hamburger buns. Lots of condiments. A couple packs of sausage. A huge bin of butter. Some bottled salsa, Tostitos, which a crap load of Pepsi, which holy damn, that is a lot of Pepsi, and some nearly empty milk. You look at the Biden voter. Oat milk. I can't tell what that one is, but it looks like maybe some free range milk. A couple of bottles that may have some random thing in them. Another container with some randomness. I don't know what the hell that is. Also Pepsi, just not very much of it. Looks like a lot of this stuff is not prepackaged, or it's fairly generic. There are actually veggies in the crispers. That's something. So many sodas, WTF. Yeah, I'm a little blown away by the amount of Pepsi there. That's something. See, Saldana, I was wanting you to open that. Hey, I read your mind. There was a telepathic thing happening there. No, okay, so David Lama just said, don't tread on my soda. I don't know necessarily what your feelings are on this, but I will say this much. If I'm drinking... Now, I basically never drink soda straight. And by that, I mean, if I'm going to drink it ever, it's only if I'm mixing with, like, rum. In which case, I want Coke. I want Coke in there. It's going to be rum and Coke. I'm not going to go Pepsi with that. That said, if for some reason I am drinking the soda straight, it's going to be Pepsi. I don't know what it is or why, but I find Coke to be a revolting taste when it's by itself. But if you mix something like rum into it, not that bad. But I hate rum and Pepsi, and but if I'm drinking straight, Yeah, Pepsi's the better tasting one. No idea why that is. It just is. Uh, Fanta's your favorite. You know what? Honestly, I don't think I've ever had Fanta. I've heard of it for years, but never had it. David Lama, yes, rum and Pepsi is disgusting. I don't know what it is, but something about that combination just fails miserably. See Saldana. So after Fanta, Sprite, then Coke. So if I mean, again, I haven't had. How long's it even been since I've had any sort of soda, cola, whatever side of the country you're on that you pick whichever term. Let's see. I have had, or if I'm drinking it straight, number one, Barks root beer. It has bite. I'm just saying. Number two, it's probably going to be Sprite. After that, after that, like, the list almost just becomes irrelevant. I'm gonna go root beer, then Sprite, then I'll take Dr. Pepper. I haven't had Dr. Pepper in probably 15 years, or actually probably way longer than that. But yeah, that's my order. I don't like Mountain Dew. I never have. I don't like I said, I'm really not a fan of Coke. Something about Coke just tastes wrong to me unless you mix it. I'm good with like mug root beer, but I just think it's a lesser root beer than Barks. Yeah, that's about it. I've never tried Mountain Dew Code Red. I just don't like Mountain Dew itself. Let's see. Coke with grenadine is great. I've tried it. I actually don't. Part of the reason I don't drink sodas anymore is because I'm really not a big fan of. I've gotten over the sugar. I used to be a real fan of sweet everything. Like I gobbled down candy bars. I wouldn't say a sugar addict, but I had a ton of sugar all the time. It's a miracle that I did not turn into the fattest kid. I was lucky, and I had incredible metabolism that made it so it didn't matter what I ate. I just stayed skinny. But yeah, I was a hardcore sugar consumer. But somewhere along the way, I got over that. In fact, I could almost pin down exactly when that happened. But yeah, I got over my sugar appreciation, and so it basically killed most sodas for me. And at the same time, things like grenadine. Grenadine is so sweet to my taste buds. I can't do it. Like, it can be a small part of an ingredient to a cocktail, and that's fine. But the moment it is in any way notable or significant, like, that is way too much for me. And again, like, I just don't have a taste for sodas anymore. Mountain Dew and Malibu is one. Man, but that's almost not even a drink at that point. Malibu just is, you gotta mix it fairly strong to get much out of that. B-side at one point in my life, I was nearly 300 pounds, now comfortably under 200. Nice, congrats, man. I'm not exactly sure how much, but I'm just barely over 200. I want to say I should be right, just like nipping at 210, I think. But I'm also like 6'2" to 6'3", so I'm overweight, but only by like that much. You know, at my height, it's not weird to hit 200 and 200 and change. So for me, like I would like to lose maybe 10 pounds, but I don't need to lose much weight. I really just need to gain more muscle mass, or rather convert everything to muscle. That would be more the ideal for my height. Which, it helps that I don't drink a lot of sodas. In fact, I don't know how long ago it was that I started this, but man, I basically all I drink now is water. If I could get it in decent containers, I would also drink coconut water. And I would like to drink more fruit juice, not by a lot, maybe, a little bit of, I actually like cranberry juice, real cranberry juice, not the cocktail crap. And I like orange juice. If I could, I would drink more. Oh, and pineapple juice. Pineapple juice is so good. I would drink some of those. Not tons of it, but some. That's pretty much where I live on the beverage train. Though weirdly, when it comes to if I'm gonna get mixed drinks, 9 times out of 10 I'm going rum and coke or vodka 7, because if you're going to a bar, if you can't get good freshly squeezed fruit juices, real fruit juices, oh my god, any of the fruit juices you get out of a bar that aren't real taste terrible. They're watered down from concentrate, garbage. It's just not worth it. Oh, whiter spiced rum. I used to be hardcore spiced rum. These days, rolling a little more white rum. I don't have a problem with either, but spiced rum I want to mix generally, unless it's really good. Like some good Cuban rums, hell yes. But that's a different question. It's a very different question. Poor Wisconsin. No kidding. You like when bars use Sunny D instead of OJ? Here's the thing. Okay, this is gonna sound weird, but given what a lot of bars use... Oh, no, you're saying sarcastically. I know that. But I'm going to say... I got a spin to throw back at that. A lot of bars use this really terrible OJ that is from concentrate. It is so watered down, but they add sugar to it so that it still simulates a taste. So there is real fruit juice in there, but it's barely anything. It is garbage. And at that point, I will just say it honestly. Sunny D with some ice cubes in it that dilute a little bit and kind of tone down that sweetness, it's not any less healthy at that stage. And it's going to taste probably better. And obviously, this depends on the bar, what kind of orange juice they are getting. It's possible that they're using something that's not that bad. But honestly, I would almost have to just say Sunny D. I don't think it's a better choice, but I don't think it's any less, or I don't think it's any more offensive than what they already serve as orange juice in bars. This might sound crazy, but seriously, go if you ever get a chance. Which I know nobody ever gets a chance to do this stuff, but if you ever get a chance, ask a bar what the sugar content is in their OJ mix, because it's scary. It's genuinely scary. It is basically I know somebody at a local bar. I mean, I used to be a bartender too, but I know someone at a local bar who brought this up recently. Well, recent being actually about a year and a half ago. But we had this conversation, and he checked, and the sugar content of their OJ was just like, I think it was literally like 1% less than 1 or 2% less than what their Coke was. That's disgusting. And Sunny D, I mean, Sunny D's disgusting, but it's not like it's that different. So anyway, yeah, I'm just saying, if a bar is using Sunny D, it's disgusting, but it's not really that much worse. All right. Anyway, not that this is important, but so apparently Khloe Kardashian has COVID-19. That sucks. Sorry for her. Let's see. Sorry, just randomly. There are topics. I'm like a person driving past an accident when it comes to Twitter. I've grown too used to like looking to see what the trending topics are. Hey, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not a Kardashian fan, but I also don't really have anything strictly against them. So, you know, that's sympathies. I don't want anyone catching it. Yeah, so anyway. Damn it. I wasn't actually going to open this article, but the New York Times quiz. Oh wait, I thought we had. I don't want to look it up, but I would have sworn I thought AP had a New York Times subscription. And I don't care to go through the unblocker technique. Anyway, the Kardashians are a curse on the NBA. Every player they date, they start sucking. Well, that sentence could be taken in different ways, but yeah, honestly, I didn't even realize that they voted that many, or voted. I didn't realize they had even dated that many NBA players. But yeah, I guess that would be a factor. Okay. Sorry. We're doing this real quick. Fridge number 1, take a close look. I see Coffee Mate, which immediately makes me think Trump fan, but let's see, that looks like, man, these pictures are so bad. But this is whole grain bread. There's veggies in the crisper. Eggs, fruit, some big tub of mayo in the back there. You know, this would be a definite Biden voter if it weren't for this top shelf. Or, well, I guess not top shelf. The top shelf, oh, more fruit. There's berries up there. Not sure what's in the bag. And then that top box, I don't know, it's something blue. Not a single Tupperware or leftover. Yeah, but it's so much fruit. And yeah, bread in the fridge. It's one of those things, like, kind of hit and miss. You don't want to necessarily overdo it, because that can also do some damage to the bread. But yeah, throwing some bread in the fridge will keep it lasting. The thing is, if you leave bread in the fridge, it can also cause it to kind of sog out because it's going to soak up some of the moisture in the fridge. Which is why this bag is also tied. Okay, so my guess, I feel, God, I really feel Biden voter on this one. Only barely. Only barely, because, man, okay, here's the real question. Is this... Oh, no, definitely Biden voter. For this green bottle. That is aloe. I used to drink aloe. This is one of those things you will not get any... You will never get anybody who votes Republican to drink this stuff. It's good. It's honestly sweet. Like, it's almost a dessert drink in a lot of cases. It has... well, depending on how much sugar they put in, but a lot of times it's kind of desserty. But it will have floating chunks of the aloe fruit, which kind of almost like drinking boba, but it's smaller than the little boba balls. Oh, really? Every person that I've ever introduced this to, they're like, hell no, unless they're kind of left leaning. But okay, yeah, I'm still leaning. This is a Biden voter. Number one is a Biden voter. Seems the crowd agrees with me. You've never heard of it? It's pretty good. So it was actually, I was introduced to it by my ex-girlfriend from Thailand. But yeah, different sources for different people. But yeah, I like it, but it's one of those things. It is a little on the sweet side, and eventually you can get tired of it pretty easily. So second fridge. Let's see. So lots of condiment sort of stuff up top. We got peanut butter, but it looks like they're kind of highlighting the fact it's 100% peanut butter. Looks like a couple of veggies, obviously some cheese or cream cheese based dip up top, because that's definitely not hummus. Well, it could be hummus actually, but unlikely. I see texture lower down, and hummus fills in the cracks easier than that. Obviously one big Tupperware with chicken in it or something. Oh, that could even be ceviche. Okay, yeah, that could be feta cheese. But it could also just be any one of the like dozen or 100 different dips that... Alright, sorry, not dips, but I mean, it's a dip, but what is it? I can't think of what it's called. Anyway. Okay, scrolling down here, we got I don't know what that is in the crisper to the side. To the right side. I mean, again, that could be hummus, but I don't think it is, because there's... I'm not sure if it's really coming through, but there's texture lower down. And hummus does a really, really good job of filling that stuff out if you just, like, tamp it down a little bit. So I feel like there's probably more body to it. What I kind of want to guess is artichoke and... oh, what is it? Well, like artichoke hearts and... I can't think of what the other ingredient is to that, but yeah, that's my first guess. You're going with feta cheese. I don't feel like it's as certain. because I've seen other stuff that looks exactly like this. But it's something in that territory. Obviously, we're still getting it from the same part of the store. Let's see. Austin, or it could be hummus that's growing mold. Yikes. Who puts pasta and peanut butter in the fridge? Okay, so Beast item, I completely agree on the peanut butter, unless this is peanut butter that like needs to be refrigerated, and I can't say I've heard of that, but unless that's a thing, yeah, I agree. That is really weird. Okay, now for a second I was gonna say weird outside possibility. Maybe they're reusing the container, but I don't think they are. That looks like peanut butter for sure. As for the pasta, I mean, once it's been cooked, you gotta throw it in the fridge, and you don't keep it for long either. Pasta, by the way, really important thing here: don't leave pasta in the fridge for very long. Same with rice. Eat it or toss it within usually 2 days is like the good idea. And come to find out, it's actually a pretty dangerous thing. There's actually a what is it, mold or bacteria, I forget which, but once you've got cooked rice, it becomes a petri dish that grows something really fast, and it's very dangerous. So you can get super sick if you're not careful. Let's see. Okay, David Lama, Cody making assumptions based on what someone has in the fridge. Just in case it's not clear, this is something the New York Times started. Is it? No. Okay. No, this is something the New York Times started doing. They came up with this idea. I'm just going through and playing the game. Wait, there's a box of uncooked pasta? Okay. Next to the peanut butter box of... Oh! Okay. Yeah, that's true. That is weird. That is really weird. And yeah, obviously always boil the rice. I mean, a rice cooker is still boiling the rice, but yeah. It's insane. You gotta boil rice. Not even a question. It's almost inconceivable to me that it would be treated any other way. But yeah, anyway, I feel like I don't even need to look further at this fridge. This is definite Biden supporter. Not even a question. Tortilla wraps. We've got cooked pasta in a Tupperware. We've got leftover ceviche or meat or something in a Tupperware. I don't know what this... I can't tell what that container is, but some sort of drinks. Let's see. Obviously the almond breeze, bread and bowl and basket. That's, what is that? Is that milk, or is that like a, I don't know. Anyway, again, stuff in the crispers that actually looks like it's meant for a crisper. Yeah, I mean, come on, Biden. Not even a question on that one. Yeah, some orange drink. This could, I want to say that this is their no questions asked, like that's their guilty pleasure. They drink some sort of orange drink that's maybe sugary. Everything else in here is pretty much either healthy or it's something healthy people take as their like dirty pleasure. You feel dirty looking at people's fridges. It's kind of unsettling. Well, I mean, I agree, but how many of these are there? Okay, there's what? 5. Okay, we're on number 3. We'll just blow through these a little faster. Okay, whoever this is, they're clean. I'll give them this. Butternut squash soup. Half and half from some sort of pretentious brand. Oh, I can't quite tell what... Oops. I can't tell what this white container is up here. I mean... There's corn, water filter, that looks like flour off to the left in the big brown bag, bunch of Tupperwares over to the side. The veggie crisper is absolutely packed, and the meat at the bottom is packed. Oh yeah, pepperoncini. That I was trying to think of the name of that, but yeah. Oh, and then it looks like what are those, pickled beets or something? I don't know. Anyway, this looks like a pretty healthy fridge within reason. I mean, not super perfect, but I mean, are they going to have it? Now I'm starting to question earlier ones because this to me screams Biden fridge. I almost want to give this person credit. Like, it's just such a clean fridge. Yes, obviously, like, it's not OCD levels of organized, but everything is pretty well contained. It all looks clean. Really, you would have gone Trump fridge on this one? See, I'm looking at the pretentious brand of half and half and the butternut squash soup. These to me do not scream Trumper. Plus, again, tons of veggies. Oh, for the previous fridge, for fridge number 2. I mean, I could see that. Damn it. Now as you say it, I am kind of rethinking this one. Yeah. You're probably right. Number 2 actually probably is Trump, but it was one I questioned, but it's a harder one. Okay, going to number 4. Okay, pomegranate juice. Pudding cups. Jello cups. That's probably a big ass tin of lasagna. On top of, I don't know what that green stuff is. A bunch of waters, potatoes. Looks like lemons. This is a Trump fridge. I don't think that... Like, to me, this isn't even a question. Oops. Yeah, okay. Twitter just hung for a second. Yeah. The Jello honestly is what did that one in for me. I was already there with other stuff, but yeah, the Jello was the... Who refrigerates potatoes? You know, there are reasons to do it, but yeah, that is weird. You probably shouldn't. It can slow the growth of roots, which is kind of the only real argument for doing it. Otherwise, you shouldn't really refrigerate potatoes. Sour cream, cheeses, condiments off to the side, sugary or fairly sugary, the lemonade stuff. I can't think of the name of it. Or maybe that's limeade. I don't know what that purple box is, but I'm thinking simply lemonade. Yes, thank you. A squeeze bottle of Smucker's jelly. Oh yeah, they do. Hot dogs, or well, those aren't hot dogs. Those are like mini brats or something. Holy crap! The bottom crisper. The bottom crisper is just cheese and sausages. I don't care that there's a few fruits above it. That bottom crisper, that is just that's string cheese. I think. This is a person who does not live past 45. I'm going definite Trump voter on this one. Okay, so beside him, I feel Biden voter are more likely to be lower income, so more processed food, less veggies, and organic. See, I tend to disagree with this on a pretty extensive level, because most Trump voters they don't see a value at all in organic, and that's obviously not all. And it is going to vary a bit on what types of things. Like, if you're talking about meat, organic meat, I know a lot of Republicans who absolutely will go with organic meat. They prefer that heavily, and it's for taste issues, flavor issues. Whereas Democrats are just statistically more likely to be vegans in the first place, or they eat less meat. Which, by the way, there's a big part of that, like, income difference, even if there is an income difference, because a lot of Republicans are also very low income. Holy crap, a lot of Republicans are low income. But yeah, I tend to think if you see organic, it's a little more likely, organic vegetables. That's more likely to be a Democrat. And processed foods, frankly, I think processed foods, it's kind of hit and miss. Processed foods are going to be in every place, no matter where you look. It's just, there's some things you can't get in some places fresh, so it's just going to work out that way. Austin, does everyone refrigerate their eggs? Yes. I hardly ever eat eggs, but yeah, I would only refrigerate them. I know that's not strictly necessary, but yeah, for me I would just throw them in anyway. That being said, I do happen to have some chickens out in the outside, so technically I could access fresh eggs. The amount of dogs is very sus. Yeah, I'll say. String cheese is disgusting. It sure as hell is. Let's see. To be honest, organic is BS. That depends on the type, the situations, and so on. Let's see. We just used natural, more environmentally harmful pesticides in organic foods. So here's the catch with organic. The term organic is garbage. It is not regulated. It is not monitored. There's no way, no how that nobody is actually properly checking about organics. So, okay. The answers to the quiz are not shown, except for these two. So the first one that had all the sodas as a Trump voter, the the one with... Was that number 2 or 3? That was number 2. That one was a Biden voter. Pretty sure that's what I said. Now I don't remember, but... Yeah, anyway, so... That was weird. It was a weird thing to do for a minute. Anyway, yeah. So organics... Organic in the term of meat generally does have a little bit more meaning to it. Okay. Oh, weird. Incognito almost never works for me on New York Times. It does on this one, though. Okay, so... Alright, we'll... Let me switch the browser window on this. Where is it at? There we go. Oh, whoops. Hold on. Gotta switch to the right view. And we'll just switch to studio mode. Okay, window capture. Go to the quiz. Oops. Wrong quiz window. Alright, it is not letting me switch correctly, so I have to go back to studio mode and fix it there. Come on, work. There we go. Okay. So... Let's see. Wait. Okay, the ones they posted on Twitter. Alright, that's not as helpful as I thought it was going to be. I thought they were going to put all the stuff on Twitter, and they didn't. Or from Twitter on this article, and they didn't. Huh. Okay, so... Yeah. The only one here that was one we actually looked at was this at the very far right, which that one yeah, that one I did peg as Biden just because of so much stuff in Tupperware, the oat milk, so on and so forth. Yeah, that one was pretty much safe. Let's see. Awesome. What you want is pesticide free. Organic has some requirements, but only needs to be 95% organic. Strictly speaking, even that just depends on state. The organic label does not actually have real meaning. David Lawman, can someone just slap a label and call it organic? Basically, yes. For fruit. When it comes to meat, there are some regulations on it. I don't remember how specific they are, but yeah, for meat you have to meet certain requirements. Okay, let's see. Okay, I was hoping we'd get something more useful out of this. Yeah, I might play with this later. But yeah, Sea Saldana, I don't know why, but like I was changing I was changing which browser window this thing was pointed to, and it just would not change. Even if I changed it to a different window and back, it just kept getting stuck. Yeah, I had to go back into studio mode. As soon as I did, everything just started working again. Anyway, so what the hell? Oh, dumb. Okay, just a notification from an app that was saying something weird. Okay, so enough of that. All right. Sorry, just reorganizing things real quick. What else was happening today? Of course, the Trump rally that stranded all the people in Omaha. I didn't read anything about this. I just saw that it had happened. Apparently, he had a bunch of people carted out to a location, and then they did not bring, or they didn't arrange for travel back. Oh, the tech CEO meeting. Yeah, there was that too. Okay, I'll come back to that in just a second. But yeah. So they basically just screwed a whole bunch of people who are Trump fans with this rally. Which, I mean, come on. Is that not just wonderful? Let's see. So tech CEOs appear before Senate Commerce Committee. Twitter's Jack Dorsey, Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg, and Alphabet's Sundar Pichai answer questions from senators on Wednesday about their company's content moderation policies. Holy crap, this is... How long? It's a 3-hour and 45-minute video of that discussion. Okay, what do we have here? Let's dig into some of what gets said on Twitter. Oh, and sorry, let me change the there we go. Oh, OBS is not updating properly. That's the problem. Okay. Because I had to pick a completely different title to get to this window. Okay, so they're defending their role in moderating online speech and weighed in on whether Section 230 of the Communication Decency Act should be updated. Accusations of bias and abuse of political speech came up quickly. I am sure it did. Let's pop that open just in case. Democrats questioned the tech chief executives on Wednesday about their efforts to stem the spread of disinformation and extremism. They focused on insufficient action by the tech platforms against misinformation that interferes with the election. It's funny because the mere nature of the questions is so telling in this. C. Saldana, I will answer that in just a second. Did Jim Jordan go on another rant? I mean, does he ever not? But it's really funny that they have the framing of these questions. Democrats are saying, hey guys, we really want you to stop extremism and misinformation. And we know you're doing it, but we'd like you to do it more. And then Republicans are over there saying, why are you shutting us up? It's not a subtle thing that's happening here. I mean, it might not be explained in cold hard words, but it's not subtle. That is a very blatant, like, hey guys, if you weren't saying crazy crap, you wouldn't be getting banned. Okay, so anyway. Austin, yes. Yeah, that's the really high level explanation on it. Section 230, I forget what year it was put in place, but it basically was set up saying that if a website hosts user-generated content of some kind, the website is not directly responsible for the content of what a user puts up there. And by that, what it means is, well, it can mean a few things. In terms of copyright infringement, it basically means a website is not responsible for, let's say I were to post a video with a whole movie in it. As long as the website will take action to take it down, they're protected from a copyright infringement. Yeah, something like that. And C. Saldana, yes. Trump has been a very loud proponent of repealing or getting rid of Section 230, or at least substantially changing it. And by substantially changing it, he basically just wants it to only apply to Democrat, or he wants it to only favor Republicans. Anyway, so it also basically says that if somebody posts something that is like inciting violence or riots, the site in some cases has to do something about it. In other cases, they have to not do something about it. Basically, they have to show that in order to apply for Section 230 protections, you basically have to be you have to basically not be censoring speech, is the loose explanation for it. Let's see. So, provides immunity for website publishers from third-party content. Where is the further provides Good Samaritan protection from civil liability for operators of interactive computer services in the removal or moderation of third-party material they deem obscene or offensive, even if constitutionally protected speech, as long as it is done in good faith. Now, that good faith clause is the catch, and obviously they're more specific about it in the actual writing, but basically the idea is you're not supposed to be controlling the speech, you're just supposed to be taking down anything that is excessive. So let's see, do they have, where is, I was hoping there'd be a section specifically focusing on that. I'm sure there probably is. Passage of time when the internet was starting to expand, blah blah blah. All right. Application limits. The information must be provided by another blah blah blah. Okay. Anyway, the key point is you have to be fair and balanced about how you apply your removals. So, for example, this isn't exactly what anyone's too worried about, but for example, if a site were to, let's say, declare we're not going to allow nude photos, and then they proceed to only remove photos. And by the way, I'm using this because it's a current example. If they were to then only remove photos of certain races, or let's just say certain races, or even theoretically certain body types. Again, this is a current example that is very much relevant to right now. yeah, if a site were to selectively remove something, that would be against the good faith terms. The reason that Republicans are freaking out is because a lot of conservative, and yes, I'm air quoting that for a reason, a lot of conservative voices have been banned or had their posts removed, or I forget the term for it right now, but basically kept, or the algorithms basically kind of hide it. They don't make it invisible, but they won't put it up in front of other people's eyes automatically. So the reason being, or the reason that a bunch of conservatives are pissed off, is because they're posting stuff that is like intentional lies, or they're posting extreme messages, or they're posting health advice that is completely absurdist. That sort of stuff is being seen as dangerous. But in their mind, at least in their marketing, it's their opinion that that stuff isn't dangerous at all. It's the right thing to do. So, yeah, removal of that stuff is being deemed questionable because it's not in good faith, because basically one side gets to speak and the other side doesn't. That's the accusation. Now, of course, sane, intelligent people can all agree that there's some wackadoo crap coming out of some conservative mouths, and that's the problem. That's why they keep getting banned. I mean, when you have some of them who are actually trying to incite violence, they're mad when that stuff gets taken down. Campaign emails getting filtered as spam. That's one of the accusations, but that's not something that's covered under Section 230. Section 230 is for public posting. So, basically just the social networks. Email, I don't know what email protections exist. Honestly, I'm not fully sure that there are any. I mean, to some extent there have to be, but that actually really makes me wonder. I mean, I guess maybe email does fall under Section 230. Except that would not, because the user generated content could technically come from another service. I wonder how that plays with Section 230. I don't think any of this has ever been tested. That's a really good question. I may look into that sometime, just out of like curiosity. But anyway, also, okay, there's not a simple page for that yet. Or is it simplified? Nope, it's simple. Okay. I didn't learn about this until just recently, but Wikipedia pages, sometimes if you change the address bar where it says like en.wikipedia.org, if you change the en to simple, it will show you the simplified version of a page, which is like the easy reading version. Oh, wait, did they actually ask this question? My campaign emails were filtered as spam, and Sundar actually had to answer? Okay, I need to hear this. We're gonna find this. Oh, wow, damn. Jack, bro, that beard. That beard is, that's some scary stuff right there. Okay, so do we possibly have a video? Someone should have. Okay, I'm not seeing it. Okay. I mean, is that seriously a quote? I need to know this. My campaign emails were filtered as spam. I'm just typing that in as an actual quote. And we're checking news. Okay, no. No, I get that it's during the hearing, but that's a 4-hour, almost 4-hour hearing. Okay, how about we're gonna do... I'm just gonna try that. Congress wants to regulate. Okay. And this was during the one in June, or wait, June, July, whatever. This, I don't know why, but this page is like forcibly scrolled over some. That's weird. Okay, so searching for the word spam. Nah, not finding it. Okay. I don't remember that line, but I kind of want to hear that. I feel like that's going to be rich. But yeah, anyway, so Section 230 is... I didn't know that this was happening at all. I knew that it was going to happen, but I didn't think it was going... I didn't think that they had anything on the books. I was kind of under the impression that Trump was basically just going to bang this drum endlessly, and I figured that Republican Congress was going, or Republican Senate was basically just going to keep harping on it, and they would just keep harping on it. I didn't think that they were actually dragging anybody in for questions before the election. And as people have discussed in the past, the mere idea that Section 230 would be repealed, if it were to happen, thus making social networks responsible for what people have posted, it would basically demolish right-wing posts, because it's a whole bunch of people who cannot be trusted with what they're posting. And because a lot of them have just spread the most egregious misinformation and some very hateful stuff, all of which would possibly make those social networks culpable. They absolutely would have to ban Trump. They would have to ban Tom Cotton. They would have to ban... Oh, okay. You put the clip in Discord. Pulling that up right now. Okay. Oh, it doesn't have the response. That's disappointing. I would have loved that response. Yeah, and I'm sorry, but there is a thing where people there's a lot to say here, But my immediate, like, it's impossible to ignore it kind of take on this is this. I don't think this guy understands that people mark stuff as spam. Eventually, his crap got marked as spam. Like, period. Okay. I was kind of hoping maybe we'd have a response posted next, but it doesn't look like it. Huh. Okay, well. I'm yeah. Poor morons. Poor morons. And this is I've said it before, I'll say it again. We need engineers in Congress. Here's the thing, this guy would not be asking this question if he knew anything about what he was saying. Real quick, let's just for sanity's sake. STEUBE. Oh, stupid shy. Any chance? How long was? Oops. Wait. That was 52 seconds. Okay. Is this the full-length video? Oh wait, are you guys not hearing this? Oh, my bad. I thought you were always hearing this stuff. Okay, sorry about that. I had the desktop audio pointed the wrong direction.
Give me some clarification on that, I would appreciate
it. In Gmail, we are focused on what users want, and users have indicated they want us to organize their personal emails they receive from friends and family separately. And so all we have done is we have a tabbed organization, and the primary tab has emails from friends and family, and the secondary tab has other notifications and so on. These things are applied.
It was my father who was not receiving now my campaign emails. So clearly that familial thing that you're talking about didn't apply to my emails.
Our systems probably are not able to understand that that it's your father. Obviously, we don't have that context there. We just apply it neutrally across all organizations and
Well, what assurances can you give me that there's my time's short. One last question. What assurances can you give me that any bias amongst your employees isn't influencing your spam folder algorithms?
Congressman, there's nothing in the algorithm which has anything to do with political ideology, and we do get complaints across the aisle. For example, the World Socialist Review complained in January of this year that their site wasn't found in Google search results, and so we get complaints. We look into it, but we approach our work in a nonpartisan way, and it's in our long-term incentive to serve users across the country. And today, that's why we invest in our radars in 49 states across the U.S. so that we can capture all viewpoints.
Thank you. The gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentlelady from Florida.
Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, this I agree, this dude has got some tinfoil hat stuff going on with his brain. But I will give him this. At least he held it together well enough that he didn't sound completely crazy. He just sounds ignorant. That's better than what a lot of them do. Oh, jeez. Okay. I'm almost dreading the fact that... Oh, God, no. Okay. Same guy asks about removal of video of doctors promoting hydroxychloroquine. And he asks Sundar again this question. This guy's a crackpot. Okay. I wonder how bad this guy really gets. GOP congressman turns antitrust hearing into personal tech support session. Okay, that's what I kind of thought. Yeah, I remember hearing about this, and this is so I have heard about this exchange before. I never watched the video because it was just funny that this was literally a question about sending email, and it was pretty clear the guy did not understand the concept of what a spam folder is for. But yeah, so I've heard of it, but just not that direct context until now. Oh boy. And see, I'm okay. I want to see. Wait, Greg Stube. Let's look for him by name. I want to see what his background is. He takes a pretty picture. That's his background. Okay, so oh god, he's Florida. He's the Florida man. Okay, so yeah, let's see. History. Born in Bradenton, served as sheriff of Manatee County, attended University of Florida, received a degree in animal science in 2000. I'll give it this. I never expected the word science to appear anywhere in his history, but okay. And then his Juris Doctor from the Frederick G. Levin College of Law in 2003. So basically legal background. Frat brother. Following graduation, joined the U.S. Army, attended the JAG school. Shocker. Deployed in Iraq. Okay. So animal science, that's a weird one. But yeah, then goes to law school. Who joins the Army after college? If you want an honest answer, well, you say red flag, but I mean it's actually very literally a red flag. If you're trying to get into politics, this is what you would have done. Given his age and all the factors involved, this is exactly what you would have done if you wanted to get into politics. You go to college because what's going to happen? Dead serious. This is totally a thing. I've heard about this several times before. What you do is okay. Let's say that he had joined the military straight out of high school. Even if you're the kid of somebody who's rich and connected, what's going to happen is you're just going to get a local deployment. If you're really well connected, this doesn't matter. Look at George W. Bush Jr. That was an example of someone who was extremely well connected and could still make it high up without doing anything. But if you're not connected enough, but you still have reasonably rich parents, what you're going to do is you go to college first, get at least a degree. This guy was kind of technically following the smarter path, which is also then go to law school. But once you've done that, you join the military, just knock out a few years. I'm assuming 4 years. Is that going to be right? Military service, 2004 to 2008, 4 years. So what you basically do is, when you go into the military, you are not going to get deployed to anywhere dangerous. And yes, this guy technically went out on Operation Iraqi Freedom. He would have worked back lines. This guy never saw a gun get fired anywhere in his general vicinity. So he would have been out there in some sort of command position, probably working underneath someone who actually knew what they were doing. And he's going, he's basically just knocking out his obligatory time. He comes back from the service in 2008. And let's see. Oh, there it is. In 2010, he starts as a member of the Florida House of Representatives. He was the animal science officer. I mean, if this were Star Trek, they totally would have had that. But yeah, he goes into office, or he's in office 2 years after coming back from military service. This is a very specific path that people used to take. And I mean, they still do, but this is the short, easy path to getting a career in politics. Go to college, get your degree, because the military will not take people with degrees and put them on the front lines. Not generally. I mean, if you really push for it, they will, but they don't want to. Frankly, you're worth more than that, especially because they will never have to pay for your college either. So, yeah, basically, this is exactly the strategy. Go to college, go into the military. You basically get promoted through everything just because, and then come out and go straight into politics. There's a huge percentage of all of the top level politicians, not all of them, not literally all of them, but a massive percentage of them have done basically this. Unless they have extremely well-connected families. Bush family being an obvious example. They still do the military service, but they don't get deployed overseas. Those families just stay here. Tons of people go to the military after college. They're called officers. That's not true at all. All officers are college graduates. Officers are on the front lines as well. Okay, look, when we're talking front lines, we're not talking... I'm not saying that this guy was like a 2-hour drive away from anything relevant. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that this is not somebody that gets put out there to hold a gun and fend off people, literally front lines. And yes, there are officers who obviously are less connected. Those are going to be put closer. This guy, probably not. It possibly was, but statistically speaking, if you're coming from a rich family, and I don't have anything in here to look up. Let's see. He was born in Bradenton, attended U of F. I'm looking through here. I don't see anything about his personal history to show how much, like, how well off the family is. Yeah, all this gets... Yep, nothing here. Okay, right. Look, I'm not saying that officers don't get put on the front lines. I'm saying that this guy didn't. And again, I mean, I'm talking statistics. I'm not saying that this guy absolutely didn't. I'm saying that statistically speaking, this is a guy who was probably connected. He went into the military so he could become a politician. Chances are very, very high. And especially if you go to college as a lawyer. I've known I've known enough people to have heard this story several times. I'm not an expert on it. I'm somewhat talking out of my butt on this, but at the same time, I went to college with a couple of guys like this. Yeah, he was a JAG officer. From, damn it, where was it? University of Virginia, and entered U.S. Army JAG Corps. So, yeah, I mean, he was deployed. He was overseas. I'm not saying that he was like 100% protected, but he was. But in all likelihood, this is one of the people who did not. He was never put in any real risk. Let's see, Austin. I know a lot of people who went to the Naval Academy. They either stuck with the Navy or ended up as lobbyists. I can tell you which ones came from rich families, but I think you can guess. And yeah, that's the thing. Just think back. I know everybody here is old enough to remember this. There was a time when if you were running for president, you were not taken seriously unless you had military background. And we're talking president, obviously, as opposed to the numerous other things you could be running for. But is this going to autoplay? No. Okay. Okay. But yeah, there was a point in history where you had to have military service. Go away. You had to have military service if you were going to run for any sort of top-level political office, especially president, but usually even like Senate seats. You didn't have to be, but it helped so much. And this was a path so many people have taken because it's an easy path. And it's a very direct path. So, State Senator Greg Stube left, shown here, blah, blah, blah. Republican Club's Sarasota County Executive Committee has been criticized by the Congressional District 17 race opponents Bill Atkins, center about the way he portrays his service record. Okay. Oh, man, I didn't realize that was all just a caption. Okay, so how long is this? Oof. Okay, that's longer than I want to go through for a read, but short point is Republican congressional hopefuls Bill Atkins and State Representative Julio Gonzalez have teamed up to question the military record of their opponent, State Senator Greg Stube. At a rally to protest a town hall meeting Stube participated in Monday with the Concerned Veterans for America at the Cultural Center of Charlotte County. I swear there's so many red flag words in there. But anyway, the exchange even prompted U.S. Representative Tom Rooney, who has not endorsed anyone to succeed him. He has to defend Stube, chastise Gonzalez, and take a jab at Atkins. Let's see. Caught wind, blah, blah, blah. Stube said he was invited to speak, blah, blah, blah. Stube did not... Wait. He was invited to speak by the Concerned Veterans for America, a nonprofit that receives major funding from the conservative Koch network and related donors. Atkins and Gonzalez both contend that Stube has misrepresented his service in Iraq by calling himself a combat veteran. He denied that on Monday. Anyone that served in Afghanistan, especially that conducted missions outside the wire, was always in harm's way, Stube said. I have never said that I have been awarded the Combat Action Badge or the Combat Infantry Badge. I always... Okay. Alright. Not done with post. There may be more to it, but that phrase very specifically does not claim he himself conducted missions outside the wire. He just says that anyone who does is always in harm's way. and he never got an action badge or combat infantry badge. I always say Operation Iraqi Freedom Vet period because I was there, because I was there. When people claim that they're not, it tends to irritate. That was Atkins saying that. Yeah, this guy was nowhere near the action. Yep, this guy was definitely nowhere near action. Yeah. Okay. Well, that shores it up. So, I mean, not that any of this was really a key question, but yeah, this guy was in it for the politics. You looked up one of your classmates and she's now a top lobbyist at Northrop Grumman. That's apparently a $500,000 a year job. Damn. Well, that would have been nice. Remind me to get one of those jobs. So, yeah, I'm not even really bagging on this, because the fact is, if you're in politics on any side, it doesn't matter what your station is. If you're in politics on any side, I'm sorry, but there's a good, like, I would have to say at least 80% chance you did the exact same thing as this guy. Her dad was a congressman. Well, that'll definitely do it. So, anyway, oh jeez. Sorry, I just immediately see this. I just happen to see this quote, and it immediately makes me... This is the sort of thing that makes me want to vomit. Quote, "Your attack on Captain Stubbs' combat service shows you to be another politician that will do and say whatever it takes to get elected. Back off, soldier, before the veterans of the 17th Congressional District close rank with Captain Stubb against your candidacy for Congress." First off, that is mildly threatening in the violent sense. Mildly. But moreover, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of a classic... we'll just use this tab. It reminds me of a classic tactic we've heard of before called swift boating. Attacking somebody's service record and also you can win an election. Literally the tactic used on John Kerry when he ran for president. A guy who actually was in real combat. I'm sorry, but the hypocrisy is rich in this case. So this was, let's see. Captain Ron, yeah. Let's see. So this was... Which one was it? Oh, it doesn't matter. But I think this was the other guy who stepped in to, like, defend Stubb. Yeah, anyway. The guy's incompetent. He's useless in his position. He's just another Republican stand-in, basically. And when I say that, I'm not saying that the guy is completely ignorant. He's obviously... He made it through law school, evidently. Who knows how effectively, because he never practiced as a lawyer. That I think is a fairly telling detail. Notably, Amy Coney Barrett, not really either. She worked as a lawyer but never actually saw the inside of a courtroom. But separate issue. Nevertheless, so we'll close that up. I wanted to come back to that one. Sorry, quickly cleaning stuff up. The thing is, the guy walks in and he doesn't know how spam works. I'm sorry, but if you're going to question some tech CEOs, you're going to ask an actual question on the floor of this house, I guess in this case. Shouldn't you at least have some freaking idea? Yes, I'm self-censoring a little. Shouldn't you have some idea of what the hell you're saying? Shouldn't you be able to... Shouldn't you know what spam is? How spam works? I mean, this is stuff you could literally... Actually, let's test this theory. How does spam filter work in Gmail? Real easy. Damn it. Okay, we'll just move this down a little so you can see what I typed in. Not that it's hard, but at least no one asked Tim Apple what is a computer. That's fair. But yeah, I type in, how does spam filter work in Gmail? Not even grammatically correct, but yeah. So clean.email says, wait, is this actually going to be a valid thing? Okay. Did you, let's see. Did you know that it takes the average person 5 seconds to identify and delete a spam message? Considering that most office workers receive around 100 emails every single day, it's easy to see how mind-bogglingly high the productivity cost of spam really is. Fortunately, Gmail users are not defenseless when it comes to spam, blah, blah, blah. To start with, Gmail's spam filter always checks whether the sender's email address has been blacklisted before. Or has been whatever. Anyway, I think I read that right. If it has, it won't let the email in no matter what. But what about emails coming from unknown senders? That's where things get more interesting. Gmail maintains a massive database of malicious links, and Gmail's spam filter looks for them when analyzing incoming emails. In addition to links, the filter is able to detect suspicious phrases and words, such as Viagra, or online pharmacy, or how to make money online. And the mere fact that I've now said these, YouTube will probably use as a means to slightly suppress any videos I make in the future. Spelling mistakes and bad grammar are also telltale signs of spam. Well, golly, no wonder the Republicans get spam filtered. Spammers are, of course, aware of the capabilities of Gmail's spam filter, and they are constantly inventing new ways how to circumvent it. Okay, whoever wrote this may need some grammar lessons too, but we'll move on. For example, they are substituting certain characters, so like a for the words sale, whatever, or crafting spam messages that seem completely legitimate to anyone without many years of industry experience. To maintain the upper hand, Google has been using artificial intelligence and its in-house machine learning framework, TensorFlow, to help train additional spam filters for Gmail users. Thanks to AI, Gmail can now block an extra 100 million spam messages per day. At the scale we're operating at, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, but couldn't he have read this? I typed in a very basic question. This is an easy question to type in. And granted, I used this magical thing called Google to type it. Well, I actually used a keyboard to type it, but you know, you get the point. I looked up a simple question and I got a straightforward answer. And it's more nuanced and accurate than any of the stuff that this guy obviously knows or is aware of. So I'm just saying, if you're going to show up on the floor of the House of Representatives and you're going to ask a question to a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar tech company that is basically the leader in the industry in many senses, could you at least not sound like a freaking moron? Austin said, although I would like his definition on record for those commercials. Oh, yeah, for the Tim Apple, what's a computer? That actually would be kind of funny. C. Saldana, almost every newsletter I've subscribed to before, usually for tech blog giveaways and emails, the emails automatically get sent to spam. I don't have a big problem with that. I've seen it happen a couple times, but it's rare for me. Most of the newsletters I get they've never gone to spam. There are a couple that do, but most of them not too bad. And to be fair, once I mark them not spam, they usually don't go back. The couple that have, I think one of them did once or twice, but given that particular newsletter, it was a tech newsletter. It was actually for developers. But given the way it was written and the low quality of it, I wouldn't be surprised if it kind of earned its reputation just looking like spam. And yeah, it's no different for his campaign emails. The guy, I'm sure, this is obvious. He sent spam. He sent spam to a bunch of people, or his office did, whatever. They bought a list of people to send spam to. They sent spam. A bunch of people marked those emails as spam. Shocker. Eventually, enough people marked it as spam that Gmail's like, yo, this dude is canned meat-ish product. And yeah, from that point on, his stuff went to the spam folder. Shock. No one could have foreseen this coming. And plus, I wouldn't be surprised if his dad probably was like, yo, son, too much. I don't want to see it anymore. So I'm sorry. This is why we need engineers and scientists. This is why we need educated people who aren't just lawyers, by the way. Lawyers are kings of saying and doing stupid things in the effort of, I don't know. I can't explain how it works, but we need something other than lawyers and doctors, both of which rarely ever actually practiced in their particular roles. This guy was never actually a lawyer. He went to law school and never actually was a lawyer. And yes, I know, JEG officer, so, some duties related to legal, but that's different issue. His dad probably actually uses Yahoo Mail. That would be hilarious. You were hoping Brianna Wu would become a congresswoman. I know that name, but I actually have to. Yeah, his dad is probably using Yahoo and claiming that it's Gmail. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, what was the... Oh, I wonder who it was. I doubt it was this guy, but it could have been. Who was the one who asked for iPhone tech support from Sundar Pichai? I think that was during the Senate hearing. Oh yeah, she was the Gamergate. Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, who was the... Okay. Steve King. Okay. Well, close enough. All right, just out of curiosity, this is going to sound weird, but I want to test a theory. Steve King, Wiki. Yep. Okay. I'm just curious. Any chance? Oh my god. When your section on racist comments, controversies, and far right politics is that long on your Wikipedia page, that's not a good sign. Okay, I just wanted to see, is this guy going to have any military background? He attended Northwest Missouri State University. He was a member of the Alpha Kappa Lambda fraternity and majored in math and biology, but did not graduate. In 1975, King founded King Construction. Okay. All right, so he went into business. It's usually worth looking. The mere fact that he majored in math and science is honestly a little unexpected. Or sorry, math and biology. Well, science, but yeah. Anyway, okay, it's actually 7:15. I think I need to close up because I have a feeling some of you guys would probably like to crash at some point because it's 10:15. Yeah, I know the but did not graduate stands out. Actually, does it possibly? He went from 67 to 70. Huh. So he went 3 years. Okay, that's not necessarily that helpful. Part of me wonders, just vaguely, I can't help but wonder, is this a case where like he made it 3 years and then was like, this is a waste of my time, I'm gonna go do something else? Or is this a case of him being like, yeah, no, I'm barely even a sophomore after 3 years, so I'm just gonna go do something else instead. Jury rig everything durability test for the iPhone 12 is out. From what I heard, it was not going to be good. Some other people already had complaints about the bin test was going to fail. I almost never watch his videos, so we'll see. But yes, the ceramic shield questions. Okay, anyway, I am going to go get some food. I'm hungry. Let's quickly pop back to the me view. But now that we've poked fun at politicians for the last 2 hours or so. Anyway, thanks to everyone for coming by, hanging out. You know the routine. Like, subscribe if you haven't already. Hit that notification bell, I guess. Let's see. Thanks for ending the world before November 3rd. I know. Well, hey, new channel, maybe some new policies. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll surprise people and not do 15-minute warnings anymore. 15-minute warnings that last an hour and a half or whatever. Let's see. These socials are down in the description. Let's see. Will they even fit? I also have to get rid of my shortcut for filling this stuff out, because funny enough, funny enough, I still haven't removed the Twitch link from that. I definitely need to fix that at some point. But yeah. Hey, look, we've linkified and everything. Anyway, so yes, by all means, support the channel if you're feeling so inclined. Let's see, I will be back on Friday night for sure for some kind of, well, oh wait, sorry, Friday night is a little unknown still, but fair odds. Definitely back on Saturday. I don't quite know what I'm going to be playing, but one of the nights this weekend, I'm also probably going to do some photo edits instead, so it'll be kind of like this, but instead of looking stuff up, it'll be more like listen to some music. Oh, which, hey, I forgot to turn the music back on. But it'll be listening to some music. It'll be, I'm going to edit some photos, maybe even do some vector graphics, stuff like that, you know. Tinker around, do a little bit with some pixels. We'll see how it goes. And then, yeah, and then there will almost certainly just be one or maybe both nights. They'll just end up being a lot of Fall Guys or something like that. We'll see what happens, you know. Keep it loose, keep it fast, all that kind of stuff. Anyway, with that, thanks to everyone for coming by. Hope to see you again real soon. Have a great night, and well, see you this weekend. And I should have picked out the post-show card before I started going down that whole thing. Some good pixels. Anyway, good night, everyone. I will talk to you later.